All right, I think we are live, brother. We are live. We're gonna running a little bit late, guys. Sorry for that. Apologize for that. We're just waiting for Spencer and Jesse to get here. They're just wrapping a couple of things up. So, in the meantime, Max and I are here. We're going to get started. We're going to talk. We don't want to really get into too much of the meat and potatoes of until Jesse and Spencer get here, but they're coming. Scam. We're going to go through some of the chat as well while we're waiting, see what everybody's doing. Welcome everybody in to the chat, and yeah, we'll kind of go from there. So apologize for the tardiness. It's we'll say it's all Max's fault.
What the heck? I was the earliest guy of everybody. I was like a
Scam.
half. I was like a half an hour. Actually, I was like 40 minutes early. So scam. Yeah. Anyway.
Let's go through the chat. Let's see who's all here. We got quite a bit of comments here. Holy smokes. Okay, so what do we got? Zachariah first. Jasmy, looking forward to the knowledge shared today. Absolutely, Funky. Absolutely, man. KK, next 36 hours could be the last chance to pick up Jasmy at these prices. Jasmy tax laws start April 1st. Yes, that is actually very, very big deal. Companies not having to pay unrealized taxes on unrealized profits anymore in Japan is going to be huge. It's going to influence a lot more of these bigger hedge funds and companies, VCs and stuff that want to get into crypto if they're long-term holders, because they're not going to have to pay unrealized gains tax, right?
It's a great way of looking at it. It creates lots of incentives for companies and those that are especially investing into Japan. And, we kind of seen a snowball effect, especially, all this news about Hong Kong. And I don't know, it just kind of like follows a pattern of supply and demand. I mean, don't overthink it, right?
Exactly, 100%. I think there's a lot of things that I think are going to start to influence money capital pouring into crypto as a whole out of the East that I've kind of touched on, throughout the last year and a half or so. And Max, I know you have too. Um, and my mantra, the hill that I'm willing to die on in this bull run is that there's going to be far more capital pouring into crypto from the East than people are paying attention to. Everyone is so caught up in the hype about American ETFs and what it's going to do for Bitcoin, and now they're talking about Ethereum ETFs, and this is all the hype. Uh, I was looking at it, and the other day again, I was talking about Hong Kong looking at getting approving Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. They're calling them something else. They're not called ETFs out there, but essentially the same thing, right?
I
Um,
know you're talking about. I briefly taught. I keep saying it. Talked on that subject, so yeah, I could relate on what you're talking about in that regard. It is a different term, but it's basically like the Asian ETF. Yeah.
yeah, that's like stuff like that, along with things like not having to pay tax on unrealized gains, all that kind of stuff. Uh, and the fact that like last year, like they came out of Hong Kong and said that they planned on making a significant splash in Web3, right? Like, so it's not like anybody out east is trying to hide it. Like they've made it very well known. You've got Japan. What was it in February? They did that press conference there, or sorry, not press conference, that announcement where they're looking at incentivizing startups to come out to Japan, right? In terms of the digital asset space, right? So they're really, really trying to maximize the opportunities out in the East. That's why I say so much more money. It's so much more significant than I think a lot of people are paying attention to. I think it's
Yeah.
very.
No, you're spot on when it comes to that. The way I look at it is again back to the first thing we're talking about for the, I guess to start things off was, you know, it's not just like expectations. Everything is literally falling. If we're gonna talk about 2024 roadmap for Jasmy, understand there's like everything's kind of fallen in place, not just for Jasmy, but this Asian sector of the world. Great example is back to Japan. You know, you talked about, for example, startups. You know, Shinzo Abe, 2015. You know, the whole thing of, you know, for example, even with the United States, that, you know, the U.S. come invest in Japan. Why is that? Well, you know, we're doing all these startups that's going to not only benefit our country, but it's going to incentivize them to also work with you guys. You know, it's going to be beneficial for both countries. And Shinzo Abe introduced that in 2015, right? So it's like, and then now you're seeing this kind of like, I should say kind of, it's being fulfilled, right? It's like, you know, bills becoming acts, and embracing Web3, and giving incentives by April 1st of, you know, in regards to the whole tax laws and stuff like that. Like everything, you know, got put into motion is my point. Hey, there's Jesse.
Hey, what's happening? What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, man? I have to keep the tradition going, right? And that is Yoda. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Anyway, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's going great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Max.
You're welcome. The way I look at it is, you know, this whole thing, like I had a couple guys who were like, you were the first guy to talk about stuff. I'm like, I always say, the heck I was. I was like, there's this guy, Jesse. There's other people in your space talking about Jasmy like over a year before me. You know what I mean? I got to give credit where credit's due, right? So, yes, that's where the expression comes, Yoda.
Well, thank you. But I would say that I think you, as well as Rob and some of the other guys, have definitely kind of taken the torch and ran with it. And, you know, you guys add a lot to the space. And I think you kind of fill a bit of a void in a way that, I mean, you know, I think it was Rob told me you did like an 8-hour live stream or something. I could never
Quant,
pull that
though.
off.
Yeah, it was on Quant. It was like 7 hours and 6 minutes to be exact.
That's impressive.
I got really run down the next day because I actually had to get up really early, and then I get a hay fever really bad, and then it was just like, that was actually kind of counterproductive, but it is what it is.
Hey, at least you did it, right?
So now we know that eight hours is like the max, right? So don't push past 8 hours or we'll get sick like Max.
Yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. I know some people are like, you said that a couple years ago, and then you literally went further. That's true. Anyway.
Yeah. So I messaged over to Spencer, so hopefully he'll get here as quickly as he can. But I figured we'd kind of get rolling. So I don't know if you saw the chat. Jesse, did you see the message from Brian today?
I did, and I read the whole thing. Man, that was a very Brian message. If anybody in the space that's out here is listening, if you haven't met Brian, or if you don't follow him on Twitter, highly recommend following him. He came about kind of right around the time that I did in this whole thing, and he's got the best way to put it would almost be like a dogged ADD attention and investigation kind of thing, where he like zeroes in on something and he just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going. I mean, he really gets into it. And so he kind of sent us all a message that basically talked about the KPIs and kind of what Hara might be trying to get out of them, and what the, you know, kind of really centered around like, what's the true value of data and where is this whole thing going? And do we even have this calculated correctly, was kind of how I read that. I don't know if you read it the same way.
You want to go first? You've heard my thoughts before we went live a little bit, you know, Rob. You want to go with that on that answer? I'll give my thoughts here in a bit, but I actually want to hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I messaged him ahead of time just to see, you know, like I told you, if it was cool if we talked about it. He's like, oh yeah, totally, like, you know, blah, blah. But we always want to give that respect, right, of asking, hey man, is it cool? You know, you messaged us this, is it cool we talk about it, kind of thing, right? So he's like, yeah, go ahead, give her. So I don't know if you guys saw the message, but yeah, I mean, from what I'm gathering from it, really briefly, like we talked about backstage, like what you said, Max, is that basically we're kind of calculating these KPIs in more of a traditional finance way, right? And it can't really be applied the same way in terms of the the KPI goals, the ratio versus the price that they're targeting. And what I took away from it, same as you, Max, I believe, is that what they're saying was more of a conservative target at the $17 mark, but that it would be great to have a more accurate way, based on what Dip had to say, right? A more accurate way of quantifying how we're going to equate these KPIs to the valuation of Jasmy coin, right? That's kind of what I took from it.
I get what you took from it. I mean, can we all three agree that when he, because I mean, Jesse, you mentioned that it seemed like it's cool to talk about this, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with us talking about it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're an ambassador, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not an ambassador,
Right.
but that was mentioned to the group. Here everybody is. It is a hot topic. Why not talk about it, right? So it's not a thing of stepping on anybody's toes. So, like I was telling Rob, I said, it was literally, I was reading that from Brian, and I was just like, it's this morning, I'm like, like anything, like, okay, what does Brian got to say? Oh, cool, Brian. Reading it, it's just like, wait, what? 1787 is conservative? And I was just like, this can't be right. You know what I mean? Like, that's a metric. That tells me, conservatively speaking, is holy cow, I have to reevaluate this concept of these goals of where we need to get to, because I understand it's a popular thing among all of us, right? I mean, $1 is what most of the community has mentioned. I've changed my stance, and I've gone from $2, and I backed that up with a recent deep dive, right? Because I was talking about, look at these particular banks and look at these connections, and there's just too much there, in which, back to something like your research from 2022, Jesse, right? Where we talk about, it's so much more than just like Transcosmos, and, those are great examples, don't get me wrong, but now we come to the modern era of where we're at in 2024, and some of these targets of, even conservatively speaking, like, Southeast Asia was 107 million data lockers and stuff like that, and then data evaluations of, on the low end, $500 per user annually speaking. The high end, what is the high end again, by the way, Jesse? I forgot.
The high end of data.
On that little metric they had, what was it, like 1,000 something? So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, this is more than achievable. And so while it's nice for all of us to be like, $1 Jasmy, and I try not to do this too much because I'm more of a guy to just show research and let people go with it. But at the same time, if you see a statement like what Brian was sharing, and it's back to this whole thing of quote unquote 1787, we all three saw it. Conservatively speaking, 2026 target, I'm just like, I really have to strongly reanalyze my portfolio and go from there. Because I see the light. This solidifies the research. And by the way, shout out to you and everybody else that, like, Panasonic, everybody's like, oh, this is just speculative, and they have confirmation as a feel-good moment, right? But that's just one example of things to come. And I'm just thinking, man, this statement of being conservative, okay, I see it. But that's very bold. You know what I mean? For them to say, quote unquote, conservative. You want to come with that, everybody?
I'm going to let Jesse respond, but I just kind of want to say something really, really quick about that, because I agree with you on that. And it's that it makes me feel like I'm thinking about Jasmy now. Well, as we've evolved here over time, more like I should have been looking at Bitcoin in 14 years ago, right? In terms of I'm talking about in terms of potential, and do I want to be a part of that potential? Because really, again, at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about here, right? With any crypto, is we're talking about investing in the potential of what it could be. And knowing things like what we're talking about, do I want to participate in that? And no matter what the percentage chance is, and risk, being involved and getting a part of that conservative action, or do I want to sit on the sidelines and go Jasmy scam and not make anything, right? I don't know. That's how it makes me feel. What do you guys think?
So I saw a post on Reddit yesterday, and it kind of summed up, all the different. I think it was on Reddit. It was either Reddit or X, but it summed up all the different kind of memorable people from the very beginning, right? And it's like this guy celebrated Bitcoin, at $20, and this guy spent 10,000 Bitcoin on a pizza, and and this guy did this thing with Bitcoin, and all the comments were like, "Oh my God, if they had just had it, and somebody said, well, even if you had bought it back then, you would have sold it by well before now. Like to get to the point that you're at now, if you had still held it, those people are kind of far and few between. Most people sold it along the way, somewhere along the line. And you look back in time from the beginning and you go, God, if I had just bought it then and held it all the way till now, right? And there's, I get a kick out of this sometimes, especially when they do the annual like Bitcoin conference, because they bring on all these like, not to say that there aren't other experts out there, but some of these guys they bring on stage, it's like, who the hell is this jackass that's up there? And none of these people really know. It's kind of like no one has a crystal ball. No one was in there in the room when it was made. No one really knew where this was going. And you can tell that with some of them, it's kind of like, yeah, I bought it and I just didn't look at it. And here we are, and that kind of makes me think with Jasmy, like, what if you just bought it and didn't look at it, right? Think about that.
No, you're right. How about this? What is today? So today is, the day before Easter Sunday. So that'll be the easy way to remember it. How about this for everybody? All right. I know we're all chatting, saying what's up to our broskies, Armed to Fight You, SKS, a lot of people in the chat, Josh Corbin, all you guys, you rocked, right? Boomer F and Sooner, Beeves, Crypto, Holmes, 777, everybody from all the communities. We want to thank you guys for being here, first of all. Another thing I was going to mention, back to what Jesse was talking about. Jesse, I do remember in a video you mentioned the whole thing in regards to the Bitcoin pizza. I believe it was in your town that the guy actually, yeah, elaborate on that for a second. I'll follow this up.
So this is really funny. So my son, this is just one of those random coincidences of the universe, right? So my son really likes Papa John's pizza, period. And he's, hounding me to get some Papa John's, whatever. And so it's probably like, I don't know, 15 minutes from my house, this specific Papa John's location. And I'm too cheap to have it delivered. So I'm like, all right, yeah, we'll go pick it up, whatever. Right. So get in the truck, drive down there. I'm standing there at this, kind of busy ho-hum run of the mill Papa John's. And off to the right, there's an actual wooden plaque on the wall, kind of like, it's not even like straight, it's kind of wonky on the wall. Somebody just slapped it up there at some point. It's been up there for who knows how long. And it's a recognition and acknowledgement of the actual location of the Bitcoin pizzas. and I saw it and I thought, holy crap, that happened right here. What are the odds? It's kind of like one of those things that kind of makes you pause a little bit, and it makes you realize that, like really amazing things can happen right next to you and you don't even know it, right? I mean, that happened in my town. I had no clue. Didn't even know.
All right. So, yeah, I love how you re-explain that. So, how about this? Let's just stamp this, right? Day before Easter Sunday, 2024. Everybody that's watching, I'm looking right directly at you. I'm going to say this. You can stamp it, cut it up, as I would say, boil it, mash it, stick it in stew. All right. Do you want to take your Jasmy Bitcoin in Japan, right? Paper handed, sell it for, let's just throw this out there, not even Papa John, for a Papa John pizza. How about this for like a slice of a Little Caesars, because those are roughly around $5 to $6. Okay, so do you want to settle for Little Caesars pizza, or do you want to settle for, Japanese Benihana, right? Wagyu steak. I think that's a fair analogy. Back to you guys.
100%, brother. 100%. And that's like, it all goes back to potential, right? I mean, I don't want to beat this too much, but Max, I was talking to you about this, I think yesterday, and it is mind boggling to me, the amount of people who are going to miss an opportunity like Jasmy as a project, as a company, really, as a whole, because it's not just their crypto that they're working on, right? Their blockchain PCs, for example, right, is another thing. Like I was reading last week that apparently Asus has been waiting on the sidelines with their line of laptops to see how Aveda worked out, right? So many different opportunities, and it's mind-boggling to me that people are so unwilling to look into a company and actually do the research and just listen to an echo chamber, of some influencer out there saying Jasmy scam, and then they just, and so it's going to be. I really do see Jasmy as a potentially massive missed opportunity for a lot of people out there, right? That are really going to be upset about it 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now, right? Like, damn, you mean that was like a fifth of a cent, and and I didn't buy any because some YouTuber told me it was a scam.
I honestly remember when the bottom was 0.0027. It was at 6 o'clock in the morning. My buddy Michael Cornwell called me on the phone and said, "Hey, you're upset with me waking you up now. You'd be glad I woke you up. The whole market is bleeding heavily. There's a lot of fear, but Jasmy is like literally at like, all-time lows. This is your goals of getting I'm not trying to have a comparing contest. I don't like doing that. But he's like, your goals of 1 million Jasmy, you could really load up like you wanted to." And I'll say, oh, crap. And so by the time I was getting the rest of, to that goal, I think I was getting like 600,000 Jasmy or whatever it was. It already increased, right? Because as the saying goes, you hit bottom, brings in more volume, and naturally it just kind of goes up. It's just a thing. We know that. And so instead of getting at 0.0027 on my last bag, it was like 0.0032. But I was so happy because my original bag was 0.00, 6. And then my second bag was 5. Then it was 4, right? And then this was, I think the other one was maybe another one. I forgot what it was, but that was such a big deal for me. Because I said to myself, all right, what else out there is on sale? And don't get me wrong, I had a little bit left from, what I have saved up to put towards things like the graph, which that one did amazing. And, there's a lot of things, right? But I said to myself, all right, Max, you're eating your words. You're telling people being diversified, and you're kind of becoming somewhat of a maxi on this. But I was like, yeah, I'm going to go all out on this because I've researched the hell out of this. I'm not giving in to FUD. I could give a crap what that puppy dog looking dude on X has to say about anything with his 20 followers of other FUDders and so on, right? It's the research, right? There is too much in regards to patents and, these guys connected to this, and back to Jesse's video from, what the heck was it, Jesse? 2022, talking about speculative things in Panasonic. All we did is connect the dots and had it literally confirmed on what? Tuesday. You know what I mean? And I just said to myself, God, I have to jump on this. So if you guys don't mind, since we did give everybody kind of a taste of, this KPI target discussion, is it okay, if you guys are still cool with it, to elaborate a little bit more? Because, I want people to understand. I try to put myself in the audience's shoes. Okay. Oh, you sparked my interest. 1787. Do you have something to kind of back that up? In my opinion, Brian backs it up. Shout out to Brian. He's always been great for this community and so on. Right. But he mentions this specifically, and I am going to, point to your direction, Jesse, the price to data value ratio, that particular section, is it cool if we elaborate on that a little bit more? Because to me, you know, you were waiting for Jesse to come on, Rob, saying, let's get into the meat and potatoes. I'm all about meat but potatoes. You know, people told me that's what makes my brand on my channel is doing the deep dive research. Well, Jesse, you do deep dive research, you know. Rob, you've been doing a lot of that as well. So we're all three here. Yeah, we're waiting for Jasmyus. Can we get into some of this stuff and elaborate a little bit more when he comes? Cool, let's do it. So Jesse, to you, because we need to hear more from you, brother. Back to what Brian was talking about, the price to data value ratio. Do you want me to just read a little bit about this, or do you want to kind of take it from there?
Well, I've kind of got some of my own thoughts on this, and that's kind of why I was scribbling here. I've got two kind of ideas rattling around my brain right now on it, right? So I think Brian, he's trying to figure out what is the value of data, right? I mean, that's really kind of the question we're trying to ask. What is the true value of data? And in the past, the value of data has slowly been rising up to, you know, I think maybe when we talked before, you know, I brought up the example of Facebook, right? Facebook has tons and tons of data value points, and the value of that data per user, it's the average revenue data per user, I think is the stat. And it's somewhere between, let's say, $40 and $55, right? Jasmy was always pushing for $500 in particular for the value of that data. When you think about data and what we've had historically, we're only at the beginnings of what a a term I'd call smart marketing, right? Where if you think about your cell phone, for example, right? How many times have you been talking to somebody, you're talking about something, all of a sudden you go on your phone, you get on Amazon or whatever, and hey, there's that thing that you were just talking about. Well, that's weird, right? So the phone's listening to you. Don't be naive and think that it isn't. It's listening. So that's kind of like an example of smart marketing, because in a way it hears you talking about a product and then it markets you that product, right? But what about the actual database of it, the database, and what can we take this further? And that's where I think, you know, the edge AI comes in, right? You know, these edge devices, we're putting AI on them to ask, well, what now? You know, where does it go from here? Like, for example, if you know, like for me, for example, right? Like I've got a fish pond. Okay, I've got koi fish, I got goldfish, I got all kinds of fish, right? So if it hears me talking about my fish pond, could it then, you know, make an inference to say that, well, he probably needs fish food? And I probably do. You know, he probably. What about the types of fish food? Or, you know, is there one type? Is there 100 of them? Is there 1,000 of them? Are there multiple kind of offshoots of products that could be marketed from this? What about experiences, right? Hey, he's into fish ponds. Is there a fish pond experience? What is somebody who's into that hobby? What are they into, right? Would he want to go to Japan and look at koi fish? Hell yeah, I would. Absolutely. You know, would he like to do a tour of whatever? Sure, I would, you know. Put those things together and market them to me. And so that's kind of where we're trending in this data per user. So I think we're, like I said, we're at the very beginning of this. In terms of smart marketing, we're just not there yet. You know, I've used an example multiple times of how I think the Super Bowl ads are dumb marketing. Okay. We have this massive captive audience of just about everybody on the planet. But the problem is you got too many demographics. It's not specific. We just have a bunch of random ads. We're trying to make you laugh at a joke about Doritos. And, you know, where do we go from here? I don't know. Does Jesse ultimately buy Doritos because he saw it in the Super Bowl ad? Probably not, you know. So they're spending a lot of money and they're not getting a lot in return for it. So I think that's half the coin, is you can see where the value of data is rising. And as we can harness that data, as we can access the data, as we can store the data securely, if you can do it decentralized, even better. You know, if you can get around all these hacks and all these problems, that's half of the coin. Now, the other half of the coin that we really haven't talked about, but I do think this fits into kind of what Brian was getting at and the overall value of data, and this is something that you can't ignore, is the Bitcoin ETFs. So, if the Bitcoin ETFs are the catalyst that raise all boats, then they raise the value of everything, including the value of data, right? And what I find fascinating with the Bitcoin ETFs, and I've said this previously, that I think the holy grail of the Bitcoin ETFs is getting into retirement accounts of the corporate world. Okay. And as somebody who's got retirement accounts, okay, I have got like, you know, over 200 grand just sitting there in various funds. Okay. I even looked at it today because I was like, wait a minute, Jesse. I'm like, this idea comes to me, and then, you know, I get distracted with something shiny and I forget about it, right? But it came to me earlier this morning, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, I got to go in there and I got to look and I got to see if any of the Bitcoin ETFs are listed yet, because you know what? When they are, where do you think all my future contributions are going? They're not going into these other funds anymore. They're going straight into the Bitcoin ETF. The moment they've got one in there, that's exactly where I'm going with it. And so, why that's so important is because of Bitcoin pairs, because of the way Bitcoin influences the market. And I think that if you look at there was a few different sites out there that follow the Bitcoin ETFs. If you just look at the inflows since this thing first started, roughly, I want to say it's somewhere around 5% of the entire Bitcoin supply is in the ETFs already within 2 months. 5% of the entire supply. So if you can get into retirement accounts where people just mindlessly put their money every 2 weeks, goes in there like clockwork, it's part of their Bitcoin holding, right? You add that with the value of data and where it is trending and where it's being harnessed, then I think Brian could be absolutely right. And maybe the value of data is far higher than any of us have ever realized.
It's a great point that you made. You know, in the past, I had people. I'm not going to mention any names. It's not nobody from our community. That's beside the point. Mention like, okay, some of these partnerships, you know, travel. Okay, that's a great catalyst, but it is a great, more than a great catalyst. It's kind of like back to what you were talking about. If we're creating experiences, you know, was it back in the 1980s? You had travel agencies. That used to be a big thing, right? And you're trying to create just that. Hey, somebody walked into my travel agency and they want an experience. It's up to me to, you know, get them on that vacation or that cruise or wherever they're going to create a fulfilled experience. All right, we take that to the next level. So it's obvious to me, you know, whether it's Travalo or, you know, Nip and Travel that's embraced Jasmy and some of these other ones, because it's like, okay, you know, again, back to kind of like what Jesse was saying, expanding on it, like Google, for instance. Google, especially back in the days of the 90s, I mean, who would have thought they would expand it on it instead of just using like, okay, this is just an indexing protocol. Yeah, they end up becoming the king of indexing protocols. Hence why nobody says, hey, go on the internet and do a search, right? It became a norm, a standard for everybody to just say, yeah, just go Google that, right? But expanding on that and targeting, and like, you know, like what Jesse was saying, you know, our phones listen to us, right? Well, that's centralized data, and I get that, but Jasmy's taking that to a different level. And I see some of you guys in the comments, you want us to do more on the AMA. I just want people to understand this scaling of, you know, realizing that we could, for a lot of us, I'm not saying that you guys do it, but there's going to be some people that it's just like, boom, $1, they dump their whole position, they're out, you know, they're more than good. And I hate to say it, those become the pizza holders. So your thoughts, we can get your thoughts on this, Rob, before we get into some of this stuff like the, you know, the AMA and the breakdowns and whatnot.
I'm actually just kind of looking for I'm looking for a post from Little Bitman that I saw him post last night that I got a hoot out of that is kind of relevant to what you guys are talking about, and you guys probably saw it, and it's in relation to what's the travel company called? Nippon and
Nip and Travel. There's Travala.
yeah,
Yeah.
Nip and Travel.
There you go.
They
That'd
talk
be good.
about
That'd be a nice travel agency right there, right?
yeah. Yeah, they it was something in relation to I'm trying to find it. Something in relation to apparently now they do trips to Vegas. And Little Bitman had made a joke about what happened. What happens in Vegas is on the PDL forever, or something like that, right?
Yeah. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens with your personal data stays with a personal data locker forever.
Yeah,
Forever. Anyway.
I got
Hey,
a
did
hoot
you
out of
guys
that.
see also, speaking a little bit, man, when they announced the Jasmy Travala partnership, he publicly came out and said that he had bought tickets to Hawaii with his Jasmy and he was leaving. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, but back to what I've touched on that multiple times, kind of what you said there, Jesse and Max, about how this AI utilized with the PDL is going to be so much more integrated and so much make your general life so much more convenient in a way that you're not even really going to realize that it is. You're doing it's one of those technologies you're not even going to realize that you're using on a day-to-day basis, like you touched on, Jesse, with the koi pond and stuff like that. And but like everything, and it started from the beginning. About 6 months ago, I was really stressing, the how it affects tourism in Japan, right? How their plan is to have that affect tourism in Japan. What types of foods do you like? It's designed to kind of help tourism spread out more in Japan to hit these less known locally owned places that you would actually really love, like these locally owned little restaurants, for example, or tourist spots that are lesser known, right? That people are not really going to. What from what I saw, it was recording. Where did you fly in from? What airline did you use? What taxi did you use from the airport or Uber? Right. Again, what restaurants? What hotels are you staying at? What's your personality? So that then it can spit back well, this is where you might like to go, right? And that for me is not just something that's unique to Japan, but that is a global use case. What country would not want to use that to increase the value or the productivity of their tourism in their country? Right? It's so much bigger, in my opinion, than people really realize.
Yeah, I do feel it's a lot bigger than what people realize. I think it's so much more than just tourism. Um, obviously, Japan has a real huge problem when it comes to birth rates. So it's like, when we talk about the Jasmy coin and, like whether it's me or Jesse or whoever talking about like, pairing it with DD or, some of these Japanese yen denominated stable coins and not just creating volume because that's great for Jasmy, but like benefiting, the local government. Well, tourism is one thing, and don't get me wrong, that's huge, but also the concept of like how about just incentivizing people like what, not just investing into Japan from a business point of view, but growing Japan, increase birth rates, all that stuff. I mean, it's a win-win all across the board, obviously. But uh was going to mention this thing. I mean, I have it on my screen. I mean, obviously maybe when Jasmy US comes on, maybe we could get more into some of those other things we are talking about earlier in regards to you know KPIs if we want, but the thing I wanted to actually pull up is you know the summary from the AMA because people were asking about that. Obviously, that's why most of let's be honest, most people are here for that. But would you guys like to start off a little bit with the roadmap, kind of like summarizing from the AMA thoughts, concerns? I actually have a tab up on that. If you don't mind me sharing that real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't we start with the roadmap? We'll do it kind of in chronological order, right? So we'll start with the roadmap, maybe then move into the AMA and then the Panasonic partnership, maybe after that kind of thing, right? What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I have an outline in regards to Panasonic I'd like to elaborate a little bit more on. But Jesse, did you have something that you wanted to share in regards to that? Or, I mean, if you guys want, I can just pull this one I have up on the tab.
I would say I actually just recorded earlier today a new video regarding the Panasonic partnership. So I'd probably like to comment more on that area.
Okay.
So if you guys kind of want to take the lead on some of the others, I can add my 2 cents, but the Panasonic one I was just in today, so I'm pretty familiar with that.
He's locked and loaded on the Panasonic partnership.
Okay. So you guys want to start off with that then? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Yeah, let's go.
Okay. So, yeah, let's try to get to that particular part. So even with my own little outline, right? Like I talked about some of this, right? It's kind of like expanding on what we were talking about with speculative, connecting the dots, right? Last year. And then I think it was Tuesday, right? Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, Hara came out with the big news about, Jasmy, Panasonic, literally saying, quote unquote, we select Jasmy for all the infrastructure, not some of the infrastructure, all the infrastructure. Like, my God, that's bullish as all hell, right? We all can agree on that. To expand on all this, okay, whether it's with what Jesse has, I'll have to obviously check out your video. I haven't seen it because you didn't put it out yet, but I'm looking forward to watching it, by the way. So a while back, not too long ago, Reuters had this, talking about Panasonic Automotive. I don't know if you have this on the screen. Okay, you do. Cool. But yeah, going on to mention Panasonic Automotive unveils system to boost in-vehicle computing. Now, on my channel, right, some of the people that tuned in have already seen this. I expanded on this. There's members of our community that share some actual articles, and then I even pulled up some other things to kind of continue on that. I saw some local articles, not local to me as in I'm in Arizona, but like local to people like Boomer F and Sooner in Oklahoma, and other people. There's mentions about Kansas Panasonic, and then obviously we went from there to Nevada, Tesla, and then like Panasonic, Tesla, because of the cell batteries, and their exclusive technology for these cell batteries is going to benefit Tesla, because now it allows a Tesla to go up to 550 miles on a particular charge, and what's involved in regards to IoT. And one of the big subjects was like DC microgrid technology and stuff like that. And then I was just like, microgrid, back to what Menelagwar and I were talking about, and Neo Xtrix and some of these other guys with the research. So when I got to this part about Reuters, January 2024, about Panasonic Automotive unveiling the boost in vehicle computing, this was again, shout out from Little Bidman as well, right? I think he has this picture on X, but it mentions some of the specifics, some of that nitty gritty that we're all looking for. So it says Automotive Systems launched a new platform at the CES Electronics Trade Fair in Vegas, which it states it can make in-vehicle computing faster, lighter, reduce the number of electronic control units, right? ECUs. And, I don't know if you elaborated on this a little bit, Jesse, a while back. Maybe you have. But the thing was, I do remember you talking a lot about like some of the patents, especially what Tadashi Morita was getting into. And when I got more into this article, it just kind of blew me away, because it talks about the architecture, these compute systems for high performance, and the not only the need, but realizing like features such as driving, to support the entertainment, right? Like, we're talking about platinum data, back to what you were literally saying earlier. And so as I got more into it, sorry about some of these stupid ads, this statement: amid the worldwide shift to electric vehicles, automakers are looking to distinguish themselves from competitors on their software offerings. again, all roads lead back to the software and what's tied into the software, and obviously data sets and so on. And, you know, I was looking at like, yeah, Google is probably the most popular one when it comes to centralized data, but better believe Tesla uses like their own data sets and so on. And so to see this whole thing with Panasonic and everything IoT related, I said to myself, there were some highlights that really, really needed to be discussed. And it was this: Panasonic Automotive said the new system, which is named Neuron, could help reduce the cost and making, you know, things more redundant for the components and so on. So this is not an outline in regards to, you know, this exclusive technology about cell batteries, but 4 days ago, actually on the JASMY Global Medium, hopefully this shows up on this. Okay, I didn't realize that I could just quickly switch to it. I'll remember that in the future. You had a collaboration, like it says, to begin this Web3 based platform connects personal information with IoT information. Now, hear me out on this. I know it's a lot to get into, and a lot of it's not just strictly verbatim, but you see here that you have, like it says, Panasonic Advanced Technology, in this collaboration. You know, a lot of us really feel like, well, we already know about this. Trust me, you don't really know. You don't know all the nitty gritty quite yet. It gets really interesting, because yes, it solidifies what was speculative, right? But again, back to, you know, I love doing this, right? I love like pounding home what you guys have already researched in the past, and it just expanding on it. So Panasonic Advanced Technology Development, extensive IoT expertise, experience, back to what Jesse was talking about, and high technology will drive the development of platforms applying blockchain tech and IoT synergistically. We understand that that's a big move, right, in the right direction. It bugged me to a sense when I saw the things about cell technology. Okay, I'll just be honest about that. And I said to myself, Jesse had to have talked about this. Some of the other guys have talked about this. Members in our community, not necessarily in a YouTube video, have talked about this. And so I was like, well, all roads do lead back to Tadashi Morita, and all roads, what was speculative, lead back to this. And when I got into this, I mean, you know, I was like, okay, battery packs, you know, applicant, Sony Corporation, Tadashi Morita, and I'm thinking a lot of things mentioned here. I don't have to click on all this stuff about it all, but I could definitely connect some things. Even getting into this from researchgate.net, and this has been cited many times, right? You have where it mentions this profile of Tadashi Morita, Sony Computer Science Laboratories, and so on. But as you get into this, what does it specifically say? His research interest is to free the microgrids connected to the power supply system from the frequency droop system and build flexible, high-quality microgrid clusters. In the outline I did a couple days ago, it has this thing mentioned with, and everybody's welcome to watch this. It's, you know, I just got to chop it up and so on. I mean, you can watch on the live show on my channel. But there is a back and forth conversation about, I believe it's somebody from the Kansas state legislator, literally interviewing somebody from Panasonic, right? About microgrid clusters and, you know, how do we make things more efficient where it's going to benefit, obviously, the economy of Kansas and so on. And then all roads led to what's going on in Nevada and, you know, microgrids, and then what Tesla's looking to do with Panasonic. And like, oh my God, I was just like, well, who has patents in regards to this? So I came back to this, and it's like, yeah, everything we talked about with Tadashi Morita, look at this, patents. So he goes on to mention about the balance of power, the wide range of single power systems, and it shows some of the skills that he's, you know, an expert on, if you will. Wireless security, cryptography, data security. I mean, on and on and on, right? And some of the other citations. But guys, I'm telling you flat out, when I also went to this, and I'm not the only one that cited this, if you go to IEEE, so IEE explore.iee.org, okay, There's a profile, obviously, on Tadashi Morita. And, you know, look at this. All right. Publication topics. This is our Tadashi Morita, by the way, right? You know, I understand there's other Tadashi Moritas. This is our Tadashi Morita of Sony, part of Jasmy. AC Power, and look at that. Boom. There's your boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew moment. Battery state of charge. Battery state of charge. So I am so excited to see what you have, Jesse, in regards to what you're talking about Panasonic, because for me, I got so much heat about you were just trying to do clickbait in regards to the whole thing of Elon Musk. Well, guess what, everybody? That speaks magnitudes of like, holy cow. Because, I mean, how many freaking projects always reference in meme coins when it comes to Elon Musk? But for us to have something where we meet common ground, it's not a direct partnership with Tesla, but it's these ones part of IoT that connect it all. And this is why we talked about Swiftcoin last night, and even meeting common ground with what Jasmy's got going on because of the VC funding, and we talked about Mizuho Bank. Anyway, I've talked enough about this, but I thought to myself, I don't want to do a 2-hour deep dive. I'm going to try to condense as much as I can to respect the time of everybody from this panel. But come on, guys. This is not some of the most juiciest stuff you see, especially when it comes to battery state of charge. And our beloved, well-revered Tadashi Morita has already put in the patents years ago to do this, and he specializes in this. He's literally wrote publications about this. Come on. Back to you, Jesse, Rob, or whoever wants to take it away.
Thanks, Max.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I think what you really hammer home there is the background of Morita and the connections going out from there, and his contributions in his career to date, right? I mean, you can kind of see where everything aligns, right? It's kind of like we're different companies, we come from different areas. Morita was with Sony, but we sort of have a shared vision, right? And that's one of the big things in Japan is the Keiretsu methodology. Let's say that you have groups of multiple companies and or multiple leaders in a group, and they all come together for the same goal, the same purpose, and eventually their paths kind of overlap, right? I mean, think of it like, if we're all on the same journey heading in a certain direction, it's likely that our paths are going to overlap at some point. And when they do, then does it make sense for us to work together? You've seen that recently with the announcement the other day about the artificial super intelligence with Fetch and SingularityNet and Ocean Protocol, kind of the same idea.
Cover that, yeah. I did a deep dive about that. Expand upon that, yeah.
Yeah, very cool, right? I've never really seen a crypto merger before, so that's something new. Very cool. With Morita and his background, obviously, the DC microgrid technology, Panasonic doing the batteries, and the Tesla. You can kind of see the overlaps there, as well as, you didn't even really talk about how he was involved in the Felica chip technology and how that's in phones now, right? Is a phone an IoT device? Absolutely, right? I've talked about that before, that I've thought a great use case for Jasmy is replacing the Suica card and having it as your phone, and using Jasmy as the PDL for it. And then everybody who's using the subway in Japan just scans their phone and off they go, right? Secure data.
I mentioned that too. It's expanding upon some of your research. So I'm not trying to unintentionally buttering you up, my friend. I mean, it's just we have common ground on the research on that, and it's cool to see that. And anyway, I was stopping interrupting you.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, like I just said, we're all on the same journey. We're heading the same direction. At some point, our paths are going to overlap, right? That's kind of where you're at on that. But so going to the Panasonic partnership, you know, in this new video, I'll be releasing it later today. I kind of break down, you know, like what are the origins of it, right? And to kind of get into some of that, you just have to go and look at the backgrounds, look at the groups. One of the origins is the Japan Innovation Network. So the Japan Innovation Network is a group of business like-minded leaders that are trying to push innovation in Japan, right? Pretty cut and dry. When you look at who's on the client list of that Japan Innovation Network, Panasonic, and who's in the you know, the board, essentially the director of it all, Ando. Ando-san is up there, right? If you look at another one, BJIT. So this is for anybody who doesn't know BJIT, they're like a company of, let's say, software engineers, data engineers, etc. They are global. And who is at the front of this company is our very own Sato-san. He's up there. Ando-san, he's up there. And so then you start looking at who are the clients of BJIT. Well, guess what? Panasonic, yet again, is a client in there. Even when you go to Jasmy's partnership with WITS, guess who's a client of WITS? Panasonic, right? And so you start to see all those overlaps under the surface. And so it's almost like, rather than just sort of a partnership out of the blue, this is almost like a partnership in a way that if we hadn't seen it before, it was here all along, right? Like it's always been there. And now it's just a matter of formally announcing it. Yeah. And right here in the post, I mean, you can see where Dip Metaverse highlighted that with Panasonic. And Lil Bidman, to his credit, he's posted a ton on all of this in the background before. And so again, none of this is really new, but it's all coming together. And now where does it go, right? So you kind of talked about, you know, vehicles, autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles. That's part of it. There's also a part of it that is construction vehicles. There's a huge vehicle angle. There's a robotics angle. There's a huge focus on robotics, especially in Japan, robotics, right? IoT, housing, medical. The list kind of goes on and on for all the various Panasonic touch points. And some of it is things like appliances, for example. You know, like let's say you have all your kitchen appliances are Panasonic, right? Or your air conditioners, Panasonic, or whatever. There's lots of different touch points. And so what does a Jasmy partnership look like with Panasonic, right? Well, yet again, Jasmy is the personal data locker. So Panasonic has the devices. If you know the history of Jasmy and you go back in time, you see where they tried to make devices at different points, right? Why'd they do that? Well, it's because they came from Sony and they were all device makers. That's kind of their background. That's what they did. They made devices. Masanobu Yoshida, the MY of Jasmy, he invented the Sony Klee, the little PDA that came out years and years ago, right? Device makers. He worked on phones, device makers. And so in a way, why this is such a great partnership, because they don't necessarily need to make this device. This is Panasonic's devices. They're simply supplying the network of where does the data go to. Then what do we do with the data? We don't really know yet in terms of this partnership what it means for, is it Panasonic the business? Is it Panasonic touch points? Is it Panasonic retail people, right? Are people going to be locking up coins? Is Panasonic the business going to be locking up coins? Is there even a lockup at all, or does it even matter? I don't know yet. You know, I don't know if any of us have fully vetted or answered that. But this is where it's headed, and why it's such a big deal is that Panasonic is a global powerhouse of a company. And one of the other really big things I kind of highlight in the video today is that Panasonic, prior to this new structure as a company, is sort of an umbrella over a bunch of smaller companies, right? And by a bunch, it's over 500 companies under this umbrella, right? So it's a lot. But one of the things that I highlighted is that Panasonic was kind of the sleeping dragon, let's say, right? Like they've been asleep. And there's been a lot of people that have said, Panasonic, kind of like Sony, right? Used to be great. I remember I remember having a Panasonic TV, a Panasonic VCR, whatever, Panasonic DVD player, right?
I had those too, man. Yeah.
There you go.
interesting.
See,
Yeah.
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you've been keeping it real since 1982, right? And I've been
Right.
keeping it real since 1981. So
There you
yes,
go. Same
we're
era.
right there, my friend. Right.
So, anyway, though, the point though is with all of this, all of this that's happening, the awakening of Panasonic, the new structure, this new push for research and development, for cutting edge technology, to working with new business partners, to taking it somewhere it's never been before, right? It aligns with JASMY, of course, but it also directly aligns with the government of Japan and the moves that the government of Japan has been making. So when you have a kind of a perfect moment in time when the business strategy aligns with the government strategy, aligns with new cutting edge technology, how far can this thing go, right? I mean, this is kind of like this is like the very beginning of a new era, and everybody can see it. That's why like a lot of the crypto news outlets have been talking about Japan in particular. They're all talking about Japan. Everybody's focused on Japan because we're all kind of wondering, where does it go from here? Everybody remembers when Japan was great, and I think all of us have a nostalgic value to say, you know what? Hey, let's make Japan great again. Let's see Japan, kind of move
Kind of
beyond.
we
Right?
kind of grew up with it. I mean, like
Yeah.
I myself am, like I'm a gamer at heart. I grew up in the days of like your NES, Nintendo, back to the whole thing of keeping it real since 1981, right? Even 82. So this is part of like, how we grew up. So yeah, naturally I'm going to want to root for Japan to win as well. And then of course, obviously the whole thing of jazz, I mean, just trying to make a point, but anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And so I think the bottom line is this Panasonic partnership should not be a surprise. It could have been in the works for a really long time, and none of us knew about it, even though it was right in front of our face the whole time. It's just a matter of officially announcing it, and then where it goes from here is kind of the exciting part.
I think we kind of overlooked it as a community because so many people were caught up in anticipating a Sony announcement, right? And for me, I want to get back to Panasonic in a second to kind of piggyback off what you guys were saying. But for me, the fact that it wasn't Sony and that it was Panasonic is more bullish than them just coming out and saying that it's Sony, because it leaves Sony as an option still on the table, right? For me, anyways, based on Hara talking about, in his not in his last AMA about Panasonic, but the one before that, where he was talking about utilizing the GPU power in the PlayStations to help create passive income in people's homes, right? He wouldn't have talked about it if there wasn't something to it, right? He wouldn't have just said it if they weren't in talks to try to make something like that happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's not Gossip Central. This is the business world, right? So in saying that, but just I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole yet. I just wanted to piggyback because of what you guys were talking about, the nostalgia of Panasonic. And it's just like, when it first came out, I was getting all kinds of, Jasmy haters saying, oh, it's a dinosaur company. And, like, they're old. Like, who even uses Panasonic? And I'm like, dude, go walk around your house for a minute. Look at your fridge. Look at your home appliances, right? Some of them are probably built by Panasonic or a sister company of Panasonic, right? They're everywhere. Who uses Panasonic? You do. You just don't realize it, right? So
Yeah, I mean, back to this, little illustration from was it from Dip Metaverse, right? That Jesse reposted. I've reposted this as well. I remember using this in one of my deep dive outlines. Back in the days where, you know, people were like, this is speculative, and, you know, you see people in the comments like, oh yeah, you know, you don't know that, you know, dinosaur and all this stuff, right? So my thing is to have this confirmed, obviously, on Tuesday, from Hara in regards to the AMA, and actually more than just the AMA, but just confirmation from the management team, conveying it through Hara and so on, was a big moment for all of us, you know, researchers, the community, and so on. My thing is this: Sony is circled, right? It's literally like turn on the black light, right? It's there. You know what I mean? If we were to highlight it, it's actually there. It's just, it could be due to NDAs. And I stated this in the past. I felt as though, you know, whether it's dating back to Jesse's, you know, research or whoever from a couple years ago, we did enough. This is why we research and not provide fluff and say, look, there's too much of this going on, for crying out loud. Like, I know you call it BJIT. I always just call it Bajit, you know, just real quick. But, you know, you should look at Bajit as in like, okay, what is the meat and potatoes of it? The meat and potatoes of it is it's literally a software consortium. I think it's a fair analysis. It's a software consortium. So when you get into more of the nitty gritty, and all roads still, it's like Kunitake Ando. That opens up this, a little bit more Kunitake Ando. It's like, okay, interesting. And back to what Rob was talking about, like, you know, looking at this picture, and, you know, it says clients, and everyone's like, oh, you know, it's going to be Sony first, and then end up being Panasonic. I'm even guilty of some of this stuff, you know, like when I cover ISO 222, when it went live, was it March 2023? I think the general consensus from everybody who covers ISO was like XRP, XLM, those are, you know, something's going to happen. What happened? It wasn't those. It was XDC, you know, and it's like, oh, trade sector, this went 70% up. Now, I understand, you know, some people say apples and oranges, but it's a fair analysis that a lot of us think we know when it comes to what's going to pop off first, and then end up being Panasonic. And I'm not complaining about that, but, you know, I've also have seen some of the things you mentioned, Rob, in regards to, you know, the Sony, you know, so was it Sony PlayStation and so on. And so I have gone down the rabbit hole, and that's my next part of my research, the work that I'm getting more into. And it's opened up some things, but I need to fully connect it, kind of like what I you know, shared briefly with the Tadashi Morita outline tonight for Panasonic. If anybody's just tuning in, you're more than welcome to go back and watch that. Later on, I'll probably try to chop up some of this stuff if you're cool with it, Rob, and so on, just to kind of highlight some of that. And then at the end, I will also let people know, hey, if you want to see an expansion on this, go check out Jesse's. I mean, why not, right? We're a community. We should always do that. But again, guys, it's just Sony, in my opinion, it's circled. Turn off the lights, for crying out loud. You got black all around here. Let's turn off the lights. Let's hold up the black light, and you will see, if you get what I'm saying, that Sony is circled there. And it's just a matter of time before that's confirmed. Come on, guys, how about this? Panasonic, okay? I know we want to shift more toward the roadmap, and we're going to get to that, but, you know, this is a big deal. So, guys, you got to keep in mind, you know, the whole thing of, you know, Panasonic in itself, it's just like, it's just going to snowball into other things that you're going to see examples of. When I did a show last night with Rue Black, you know, when he sent me a message like 4 hours before the show saying, you're not going to believe this, I actually have some research about a Swift Jasmy connection. I'm like, come on, man. You know, like, some people are going to say this is clickbait, but it was just like, you know, I was like, but this is Rue, and he's a real great researcher. And I was like, he's not going to create fluff or clickbait. We're going to confirm it. And then so I expanded on it, and the answer obviously is the same example. You find something that's common ground, right? So just real quick. So back in 2015, where was this all you know, where was the inception of this? It's Shinzo Abe creating this incentives for, you know, like the United States and Japan to do the funding for startups Now, at the time, it wasn't called Web3 startups, but it blossomed to what is referred to as Web3 startups. And then Jasmy, I believe, what is it, Jesse, 2016? They're trying to get the groundwork long before, you know, you have, like, I guess you could say, like a token offering in 2021. So everything that we've seen back then compared to where we're at now, again, Panasonic is just another example of, you finally got confirmation, but we already knew it was there because we connected all those dots. What other things will be confirmed soon based off of market conditions? You think it was a coincidence that they waited to now, which is a confirmed bull run? Let's just be honest about that. We are in the bull run. This is all planned, in my opinion, due to NDAs.
Not a coincidence.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's absolutely not a coincidence. Same thing with everything that I think that the company's been doing over the last 2 months, let's say. Again, when did they, first come up with this whole plan? And obviously, this is all timed strategically, like you're just saying, right? In everything, the announcement of the partnership. And listen, this is what makes me bullish moving forward into other partnerships. What else is coming out? Because I noticed something in one of Hara's posts, and it was that he was using plurals, partnerships, moving forward and stuff like that. Not, it wasn't using singular, like, and those are the little details that matter, right? So, like, what else is coming strategically, through this whole year? In Dip's last AMA there, the X spaces that they did, I agree with what he said near the end. He was talking about how he thinks that next year is going to be just as big and bullish for Jasmy announcements, partnerships, and things like that as 2024 is, right? So it makes me think, like, Jesus, going into these in 2026, which is their target year, how freaking big is this going to be? Like, I was looking at something a little bit earlier as well, back to the Panasonic thing. Sorry, guys, but back to the Panasonic thing that Spencer shared. I was going to wait for him to pop on, but he's not here, so I'm just going to throw it on. Something must have come up with him. Apologize for that. But, like, you guys both saw this as well, right? Like, the deep partnerships and connections that Panasonic has even bleeds into what do we got here? U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, U.S. Marines. Crazy. Just blows my mind. And I get some people who are commenting on it saying, well, like the Americans are going to trust the Japanese with their, with their, like, we're in a bigger world than that, right? And yeah, I don't know, the deep connections that Panasonic has. I was actually just looking at something else as well that Little Bitman's shared, going back to what you were sharing about Panasonic and Tesla. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet or not. I got to go through it. I've just kind of been skimming it a little bit. But, Toyota to take full control of joint venture battery company. It started with Panasonic, right? How far do we go with this now? But Panasonic still makes the sensors for the batteries and other analytic sensors for the auto industry. There's just so much of a spider web that just continues to go out. And I'm sure we're going to continue over the months and probably the year, 2 years, over how deep this kind of a connection actually goes into so many different directions, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it as well. And, this pounds it home more about, you can appreciate that Jasmy, it's not just even Tadashi. I mean, obviously that, when we show those articles in regards to, those patents for, was it battery cells and so on, take the cake. But we know, Kazumasa Sato, it's like, Sato-san has done a whole slew of patents, and it's just like, all right, this is I hate to use this analogy, this is a patent consortium. Awesome. Let's go. You know what I mean?
So something else to kind of tap into, a couple things I wrote down while you guys were talking there. The post from Jasmy US that you shared, Rob, about the military, Think about all the touch points with IoT in the military, right? Is the military interested in IoT? Absolutely. Depending on whatever wearables a soldier is wearing, depending on what's going on in a military base, depending on what's going on in a military vehicle, there could be a million different IoT touch points in the military. That's just one example of it. Another example of it that we've talked about, I think before is, look at all the military secrets and whatnot that are just spilled on the internet on Discord because someone's trying to impress their friends, right? Some of this stuff could be locked up in the PDL. So the military angle, ironically enough, Hara, I want to say, brought that up, I think in AMA, maybe sometime over the last year, a military angle to this. And when this post here is talking about the US, but could that tie into something with Japan? You got to realize that Japan is an ally. So yes, it could, right? You think about the different countries that are involved in NATO, for example. Do they share technology between the companies? Yeah, or between the countries? Yes, they do, right? So all of that does actually happen with allies. So there could be a lot more there. Now, I wanted to say also, kind of going back to the talk about PlayStation, right, and the GPUs. So I had actually looked into this recently because the Junction website is out there. It's like semi-functional, like the tabs up top don't work and don't go anywhere, but the information that's on the actual site is valid. And one of the images on the site, like if you scroll down, there's an image of the GPU specs, and it talks about right there. You just passed it. Go up a little bit, up, down a little bit, right there. So I looked at these specific GPUs that were listed because I was curious, because somebody had posted a question on X and they said, can I use my PlayStation 2 for this? Like, I have an old PlayStation. It's just sort of collecting dust. Could I plug it in and contribute? And so the interesting part was when I looked into these various GPUs, none of them directly showed up in PlayStation. Okay. So there might be more GPUs. Obviously, there's some additional slots here that are kind of like grayed out currently that may be coming online. But what I found very interesting was the reference to the Apple M2 Max. Okay. So the Apple M2 Max is in the Apple Studio. And the irony here is that I actually have an Apple Studio. And so theoretically, I could be contributing to the Jasmy network with my unused computer power. And where I find this really fascinating, where you take this one step further, is you say, okay, so what does that mean, Jesse? Who cares, right? Well, who cares is that Ando-san and his time at Sony directly, heavily influenced Apple, okay? And now here we are kind of coming full circle back to potentially using an Apple product that ties back into Jasmy. And it kind of makes you think a little bit under the surface that I don't know what Apple's relationship is specifically in Japan right now, but it makes me think that there might be something happening there. And I don't know what it is. Nothing's been announced, but it's right here on the Junction website. So think about that.
Well, just to chime in on that really quick, I covered last week that Apple's newest line of laptops actually had a data leakage problem, right? I don't know if you guys saw that or not. And I was like, well, Jesus, who solves this problem, right? Like,
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, what do you guys think? I see massive potential there. Like, I was sitting there saying, listen, when this came out, tell me from a business standpoint, if I am somebody over at Jasmy that matters, right? And I see, I mean, obviously they're going to be in the know about these kind of things happening in the tech world, right? They're going to be paying attention. They got their finger on the pulse, right? So if I'm seeing this happening and I am somebody that matters over at Jasmy, for example, I'm definitely picking up the phone and putting feelers out there to say, hey, that leakage problem that you got with your data? Guess what?
No, you're absolutely right. Actually, this is, in my opinion, this is a good thing to do because it interacts with the community. Highlight the second to last comment from Robert. He pounds home literally what you just said. U.S. soldiers had to stop using Fitbit overseas because it was giving away their location. The JASMY PDL would solve that. Right. You can't have classified information being leaked out to the enemy or anybody, or you civilians. It's classified. It needs to stay classified. I know that's covering Mr. Jesse's face there, but anyway, yeah, it's back to what you were saying. And then I even covered the whole thing with Apple as well, and I think Jesse's spot on with what he's mentioning here. Very interesting to see that, especially posted on this new Junction site. And we're very interested to see where we go with obviously Junction, but they didn't have to list that, but they did. And that, of course, opens up a whole new thing. Just kind of like they didn't have to mention out of nowhere the thing with, a Sony PlayStation, or Hara out of nowhere didn't have to mention anything in regards to JASM and that semiconductor, plant or whatever, right? Us of the research consortium, right? Jesse and so on. It's like, everybody on Reddit and X and you name it, Discords, wherever you're getting your research and so on, we're saying, well, we don't have nothing yet, and the Jasmy management team hasn't mentioned anything yet, but there is this, and it's just like, it bothered everybody for like a year or two, right? And then Hara, what does he do? He gives us these little crumbs or whatever, and it's just like, he didn't have to do that. So many examples of he didn't have to do that, but you see something, and I get it. Some people say it's speculative, but is it due to NDAs? That's just the only way they can give us a little crumb, because it's like, hey, we preach a little bit of the community. Again, I think at some point you do see things actually being confirmed. And how do we know? Do we have an example of that? Well, it's Panasonic. Panasonic obviously really stood out.
I agree with you that listen, people in positions like Hara, they don't accidentally say things, right? That's what you have to keep in mind, right? Things don't just, oops, Freudian slip, like they very strategically know what they're saying well before they go in to these kind of AMAs and things like that.
Yeah, if one of the criticisms of Hara, which everybody's seen in the past, is, Jasmy doesn't do a great job when it comes to marketing. Okay, but they sure as the heck probably do a great job of understanding the concept of an NDA. And I think most of us can agree on that. All right. And it's also about timing. Your, retail people out there and so on, especially the ones that want to flood Jasmy, it's like you're not understanding the bigger picture. Back to what we were talking about earlier. There's a reason why they came out with this news about Panasonic now compared to, you better believe, in my opinion, all right, maybe Jesse feels the same way. They could have came out with this in crypto winter. Well, that would have been as impactful as now. And I get it. Some people say, well, that didn't significantly pump the price. Right, guys, these are just positive catalysts. I'm more of a proponent of utility in motion. But things have to be built. Things have to connect. Hence why you have partnerships and so on. Look at metaverses. There's not one set metaverse. There's multiple metaverses. The stilts or the floor plan is being built. I always use the analogy on my show. Physical malls are literally becoming ghost towns, or I should say becoming they are, right? There's still a few, right, that are there in certain areas depending on the demographics of, hey, will a mall do well here on my side of town, right? Because I live in Peasantville, apparently Northwest Phoenix, compared to some of my buddies out in Scottsdale, Snotsdale, where you want to call it. Their malls do all right, right? The demographics, the shoppers in there, my area, Metro Center, ghost town. My point is this: just because you don't see a lot going on in the metaverse. Understand that there's bigger companies. I hate to use Meta, but why would Meta or why would Facebook change their name to Meta? Because they were all in on that concept. Again, back to the whole thing with Jasmy, Janction, and so on. This is why we need something to scale up. You know, a lot of data is going to be moved. You're not going to get the job done with just regular Ethereum. You have to have something that's going to allow for a roll up to scale up and combine that with AI technology and so on. I mean, it's just a matter of time with these catalysts where you see the utility be put into motion, and holy cow, I'll be glad that I didn't, join the pizza box crew of, selling my Jasmy for, paper handing it, oh, it went to 30 cents or something. But I get it. Teach them.
I have a little story I want to share with you guys before we move too far off of the military aspect of it. So I have this friend of mine. I grew up with him since we were kids. Our moms were friends before we were born. He lives out in Halifax now, and he has been in the Navy, the Canadian Navy, for probably close to 20 years now. And so he's out at sea all the time on the boats, like 6-8 months at a time, blah blah blah, right? So we Zoom call sometimes, and we'll chat and stuff. And he started researching crypto because I'll post something on Facebook or something like that. And so he started, he's a lot like us. He starts doing his deep dives, right, and going down those rabbit holes. And then like a month later, I get a message from him. He Zoom calls me, and he's like, it looks like he hasn't slept in like 2 weeks, right? It's just like, oh my god, man, oh my god, right? Because I told him about Jasmy and the PDL and all this kind of stuff, right? And he started watching my videos and stuff and kind of going down his own little rabbit holes and stuff. He looks so strung out, right? He's like, this is just captured because so what he told me was, essentially, there was a ship that was supposed to dock in Halifax, a military ship, obviously a Navy ship, right? It's supposed to dock in Halifax with X amount of supplies of this, that, and the other thing, right? But because of human error, right, there some other ship docks with the wrong cargo and stuff like that, and the ship they're waiting for, that they're looking for, is somewhere out in the Pacific, right? And so the complete mismanagement of the data that was being shared, the coordination of everything. And he told me, I looked into Jasmy and this PDL and like all, he's like, I had to take it to my commanding officer who's in control of this kind of, management of data, right? He's like, I had to bring this information to him. And so he brought it to him, and then he started doing his deep dive, right? And researching more about what my buddy told him. And he said that now he's got to bring it to his superiors because this is phenomenal and solves all of their problems, right? It completely removes the errors that were happening out of, they actually know where their ships are at that point, right? So I found that absolutely fascinating when I told them about it, and how they figured they would be able to keep track of this via something like the PDL, right? And I thought it was interesting that so many people higher up in the Canadian military were actually piquing their interest in this, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, when we mentioned like the government, military, I mean, one of the things that kind of strikes, or allows me to recollect other, blockchain projects and so on, is like Constellation DAG. It's like United States Air Force. Just to even have another catalyst of this, Jasmy, to even be mentioned in the same category or the same box of whatever with these other ones, right, is absolutely huge. Cool stuff. Anyway, Jesse, what's up, man?
No, I'm not asleep. I'm just listening.
That's all right. Right. That's what Yoda does sometimes. He lets everybody for the cancel talk, and it's like, listen, he will. Anyway.
Yeah. No, what I was actually thinking was, you kind of highlighted two ideas there, Rob. One was the military and one's logistics, right? And in the crypto sphere, there is a lot of focus on using crypto and blockchain technology in particular to track logistics. Um, some some ideas have been floated in terms of doing it with NFTs, being able to track through an NFT where something is at all times and whatnot through a network. There's other projects out there like VeChain, for example, does it with a RFID tag. So they do it with a blockchain based RFID tag, and they can track, I think their example with VeChain was tracking a case of beer from the point of the ingredients to the manufacturing to the delivering to where it finally is sold, right? They can see every single aspect of it. So that's really cool. So if you think about that military ship of they're just like, hey, where the hell's the ship, Well, now we could actually track it with crypto, and Jasmy in particular has a couple of different posts that they put out there, I think in the JP Times, specifically about using NFTs for logistical reasons. So they could absolutely do that here.
And that pounds it home even that much more. Anyway.
I was gonna say, Jesse, you kind of jumped the gun on me. If we hadn't mentioned the Junction website, I was gonna spring it on you later and say, like, come on, you and I have been pounding this website problem for so long, man. We gotta talk about it, right?
Yes. And, it's funny you bring that up because so there are certain opportunities, let's say, that I have been hammering in the community for a long time now. And one of them was website. And in particular, it was that when you go to the traditional Jasmy website, it looks nothing like a blockchain website at all whatsoever. And I think that's half the reason that Jasmy's in the innovation zone. Because when you go to their website, you go, where's all the blockchain technology? And there's like nothing there, right? So I had been arguing for a long time to just please give me a tab, give me something somewhere where you make this look like a blockchain project. And I guess this is their way of doing it, right? So he's created the Junction website that's clearly a blockchain website, top to bottom. Now, it doesn't have yet any live stats, right? I still want to see the live stats. I want to see the network. I'd like to see transactions, things like that. I don't know how much of that stuff they're going to share or they're going to be squirmish about it because maybe of like proprietary type reasons. But you have to put some of these things out there. So, the funny example I always use is the intern at Binance, who's the one who's in charge of this whole thing about us being in the innovation zone. Well, we need that guy to come to this website and go, oh, this is a blockchain project. Oh, there is information out here. And, ironically, going back to Dip Metaverse, he had done a post the other day where he said, Jasmy is now over 20% of the entire market cap of the entire innovation zone. And it's the only one in there that's over $1 billion market cap. Like, what a joke. Like, come on.
Yeah,
can you update this?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a night and day difference. I mean, it's just like, holy cow, look at all the, the money this one that's at the top of that list is. And then there's these ones it's just like, it's just like, yeah, these are micro caps, but like micro caps, give me a break. Like it's a night and day difference, like you're talking about.
Well, it kind of segues into where I wanted to go next, which was the HARA AMA. But I wanted to give everybody a chance in the chat to fire a couple of questions at us before we move on to the next kind of topic. I feel like we've kind of been ignoring them a little bit. So, guys, if you have any questions, fire them off real quick before we move over to the HARA AMA kind of topic. Got a couple here. What do we got?
I see some familiar people. Corey B-Bay. We have, for example, Edward Vincent. Edward Vincent in the house. Thanks for being here, man.
Max, you can't just say Corey B-Bay. You know what else you got to say, bro.
Oh, yeah. Corey B-Bay, a.k.a. Jasmine, not a scam. Let's go. Anyway, yeah, there you go.
Much better.
My bad, I forgot.
What do we got here? To Jasmy ambassadors, please fight to get Jasmy in the DPIN and RWA category on Coin Market Cap. Jesse, that's you, brother.
Yeah, I would say regarding that, that's the kind of thing that if you're on X in particular, you can do a post just like this. I mean, I guess I could do a post on this also and tag all the important people at Jasmy, and that usually gets their attention. Now, it may not happen right away or anytime soon, but it will go on their to-do list. So the DPIN and RWA category, I'll write that down. I'll do a post on it.
Oh, sorry, Rob. You're apparently muted.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize. Did Hara clear? You see the question there. We're going to get into the Hara AMA immediately after questions here, so I don't want to kind of spoil it and then jump into it, and then so we are getting to that. Yes, do not worry. Do you think the burns will be part of the Jasmy ecosystem? We'll get into that as well with the Hara AMA. I don't see many questions, just a lot of comments. Here we go from Corey Beebs. Would you guys say that Jasmy's PDL would be an extension of cybersecurity?
I would say so. I mean, it's kind of like back to what everything we were mentioning earlier. So yeah, I mean, and I get that there was another comment that came earlier. What was it? I think of Robert Therin, if I'm pronouncing that right. I apologize if I'm not, Robert. He says, nice, at military adoption rate, it'll impact Jasmy in 20 years. You know, I mean, you know, people kind of have that complaint when it comes to like Constellation Day. They don't feel like it moves as much. But again, it's just like, you know, does anybody really have a crystal ball on when it's exactly when it's going to happen and so on? But the way I look at it is, you know, when we talk about future utility for Jasmy, this is not just one application layer for it. But if anything, I'm not complaining about it. Not saying you are, of course, Robert. I look at it like it's just add another notch to the belt, right?
And I would say also shout out to Rob T. That's one of my buddies that he and I, as well as Spencer and a few others, did the Jasmy Spaces calls for at least a couple years. So
awesome.
Shout out to you, Rob.
We got Rodney says, did the ambassadors not show up to the show? Jesse, he's sitting right in front of you.
One of them's here.
Yeah, one of them's here. Spencer, I don't know. I haven't spoken with him. I sent him a message. Clearly, I know that he would be here if he could. He's been excited about this for 2.5 weeks. He's been messaging me. So I know he's been looking forward to it. So I would say that it would have had to have been something important that he's not here yet. But we got Jesse as always, and Jesse is the alpha omega in my opinion.
Yeah, me too.
Love doing collaborations with Jesse. So
likewise, both of you. You too, Max.
I know. I heard you. You said both, so I got it, man. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. You know, I was a long fan of your channel, even before I started covering Jasmy on my own. So, yeah.
Do you think it is a goal for Jasmy to create a phone app that would be easy to use? What do you think, Jesse?
Well, that kind of goes to the Jasmy super wallet, right? So from all the retail all over the world, there has to be a touch point, an interface, a way for us to put our coins onto the Jasmy chain and to contribute to this grand idea, right? So theoretically, the best way to do that would be with a phone. Absolutely. Most crypto projects usually have some kind of app or wallet, or there's different types of wallets they interface with, and those wallets will be on your phone. Likewise, I think the Saganto Su, the fan token, is an app that's out there. So I would fully expect there to be a phone app at some point.
Very cool, very cool. Justin, what was the reason Jasmy put all the coins into circulation after the token launched if they want to slowly lock them up again? Well, I mean, it's inevitable that you have to end up with all of the coins in circulation, right? A lot of crypto companies will just do a token unlock every month or quarterly or whatever the case might be. But I mean, what else? What else are you going to do with the coins? If Jasmy as a company holds, I don't know, like let's use Ripple as an example, right? Look at one of the biggest FUD that spread about XRP is that, well, Ripple holds just under 50% of the supply in escrow. They literally had to lock their supply up in escrow where they could only access X amount a month to gain the trust of, you know, the crypto community, so to speak, right? Because you lose a lot of faith in a project when a central figure holds the bulk supply of the tokens, right? That they could dump anytime. It's just smart business to, you know, we don't have them, you know, like, so that's my thoughts on it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm not gonna elaborate more on that, but that I kind of feel the same way, that you do about that, and so on. I don't have the example right now, but it wasn't. I don't know if it was him or somebody else mentioned the whole thing. Jesse just talked about with the super wallet. So Icy Amphibian a while back, I think it was like on Reddit, posted some research in regards to a PDF, and in that PDF, I don't know if it's a more of an expansion or a modern white paper. Jesse, you might know about this if you want to chime in, but those illustrations that it mentions, maybe it is the white paper. It gives examples, visuals, and I did a deep dive about this maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it gives actual visuals of, like, you can see it's in a phone format, you know what I mean? And it shows illustrations of kind of like how the super wallet is going to come together. You know what I mean? Like, it was black and white visuals, but we were breaking it down, and it was just like, yeah, this is how it all kind of comes together. At least gave us a taste. So shout out to Icy Amphibian, expanding his research on that. I don't know if you saw some of the stuff that he was posting not that long ago.
I've seen a lot of things that he's posted, and he's actually one of my neighbors here in Jacksonville. He lives like 15 minutes away from me.
How cool is that?
Ironically,
That's awesome.
yeah. But his background, if you're not familiar with him, is he's obviously a mod on Reddit, and outside of that, he is a engineer on a merchant ship with an engine that's like 4 stories tall.
Yeah, he's taking some pictures and showing me some of that stuff. I thought it was pretty
Yes.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever you see him comment on things about Jasmy, he's always commenting about how it's built. Hyperledger fabric, their OP stack. He uses all those big buzz terms and really kind of breaks down the technical aspects of it. And what I found with him doing that is that his breakdowns on Jasmy are often better than what I've seen Hara even put out. They are very technical. And so, if you want a full technical breakdown on how the Junction or the Jasmy chain would work, highly recommend just a Google search of Icy Amphibian. You could find his old posts for that. So,
Do you think that PDL lockers will be part of IoT devices installations such as search engine, alarm clock, etc.? Hence the partnerships with chip manufacturers. Anybody want to field that one? What do you think?
Let me read that one again. I was actually reading Jay Reyes's comment, and by the way, thank you, Jay. Do you think that PDL, as in personal data lockers, will be part of IoT device installations such as search engine, alarm clock, etc.? Hence the partnership with chip factory. Yeah, I honestly think yes. I think that's definitely one way of looking at it. We actually kind of briefly talked about the concept of like search engine. Talking about like how when Google first came about back in the 90s. It's just like every platform that's big I guess you could say, that has made a difference in the world, whether you like it or not. They never stayed where they're at. Anything innovate, that's the whole point of being innovative, right? A great example is Blockbuster. Blockbuster didn't embrace innovation, hence why you have a direct reaction from that, which is Netflix, right? Um, can you imagine if Amazon would just been like, "Hey, I'm just going to settle for," Jeff Bezos, like, yeah, I'm good with just being an online used bookstore. Give me a break, right? So yes, the way I look at it is, Google went from where they were like, quote unquote, part of the search engines, and I was one of the guy before Google, right? One of the guys before Google, that I was using Yahoo. I'll never forget it. Like as a teenager, oh, just use Yahoo. That's the one to use. And then most of my friends are like, bro, like Google is going to give you way more of what you want, right? And then of course that is, we talk about standards. That was the standard. What about Jasmy becoming a standard, not only through IoT device installations such as search engines and so on, but you have this like all-in-one box platform. Say what you want, Panasonic, we talk about like going up on that ladder, scaling. Panasonic is just one example, right, that gets us to that. And then it's just going to be that. In my opinion, you're going to get to the part where everything IoT related is just like, wow. Like back to what you were saying earlier, Rob, with the Panasonic dishwasher, or not dishwasher, but something tied into something in your house.
Home
A lot.
appliances.
Yeah, some of us old school guys, we think Panasonic, like, okay, maybe a TV. It's just like, you're just not, no offense to anybody, it's just, they don't realize how many things Panasonic's really tied into. It's so much more than just an old school Sony style Walkman, or, an older TV, or how about me in gaming, Panasonic 3DO. You guys ever play 3DO back in the day? There's this awesome game called Way of the War. But I'm just saying, it's just, yeah, it's an old brand, but they decided to branch out into other things. Here's a great analogy, okay? For everybody's just like, Panasonic is old technology. All right. What about Sega? Okay. Understand that Sega had to make a decision to not make like a Dreamcast anymore, right? I love my Dreamcast, by the way, right? But as a result, they realized that they were losing the console wars. But is Sega still around? Absolutely still around. And they're still making a bunch of video games and so on. But the point is, being innovative in your way of getting with the picture of embracing other partnerships with other, maybe you don't have to continuously just focus on building a TV. Or how about Google doesn't have to just focus on only search engine, right? Google is so much more than just search engine. Jasmy so much more than just, let's be honest, the PDL. Even though that's one of their main use cases, there are so much more than just that. Data democracy, finance democracy, AI, you name it. Back to somebody else.
Or I'm actually just looking up a list right now. I did a video a few days ago, and I'm trying to re-find the list that I found, and it was just basically a list. It was like a Wikipedia list of Panasonic devices, right? That they currently sell, right? Their current inventory with their manufacturer. And the list was extensive. It really was. Everything from earbuds to like laptops, computers, semiconductor chips. Like it truly just went on and on and on, right? I could have said TVs, smart TVs, right? It went on and on and on. And that's why I said earlier, people are saying like, well, who uses Panasonic? You would be surprised what you use that comes from Panasonic, right? Because most people, especially the younger generation, they think Panasonic, they think old, TVs that are not smart TVs, and the big tube TVs kind of thing, and the big wooden floor model TVs that we used to sit in front of when we were kids. You know what I mean?
But what's the bottom line? What you just mentioned, retail perspective.
Yeah.
There's institutional different perspective. I mean, back to the whole thing of like what's going on with Tesla. you know, with you know, like the cell batteries and so on. Um, as the saying goes, I know this is a kind of a corny analogy. Hey, let's pop the hood. Let's see what's under the hood. Well, under the hood would be what? Your Panasonic technology. But when there are guys cruising all around, like especially if it's a kid, and nothing gets wrong with kids, you know, like I used to teach kids all the time. I let them know, look, you see a car driving down the road, you identify that car as just a natural thing. Oh, there's a Tesla. You know what I mean? No one is literally saying, oh, there's a Tesla. Oh, by the way, do you know that it has Panasonic technology in the cell battery? No, but it exists apparently, and it's going to be a big deal. What value does that provide? That's all a person really needs to understand going further when it comes to Jasmy. Is so many different examples of like subsidiaries, widths, you name it, right? It's the things to meet common ground to solve problems or solve this and that and so on. And what kind of value does that bring? IoT, in my opinion, even though that's one of the biggest selling points for Jasmy, don't get me wrong, but like even what we covered recently with finance democracy, I'm glad to give examples about that, you know, because that's going to be a huge deal. And don't get me wrong, I am not dismissing IoT, but if we talk about a cryptocurrency project that has, you know, future multiple layers of, oh my God, not just positive catalysts, but literally utilities, do you really know of ones that have this much future utility? I mean, yeah, I cover quant, you know, talk about the overledger and so on. But Jasmy has to be right up there on the top of the list when it comes to multiple layers of utility, you know?
They're the man behind the curtain, man. That's my analogy of it,
Yeah.
right? They truly are. Wanted to segue over to, I guess if we could do like a kind of a two birds with one stone with the HARA AMA and the roadmap at the same time. Um,
Yeah,
I
there you go.
just got to stop hiding Jesse's face.
It's all good. You know, I'm sure he understands, right? He's like, what the heck? Is I was positioned on this list, you know what I mean? That's what happens if you show up a half an hour early, like myself, right? You get placed better on that thing, right? Anyway, I'm kidding, but
Hey, even if you cover my face, I'll be talking in the background like the voice of God.
or you could be like Common Sense Crypto, it'd be like, here for another video on XRP, right? Anyway, kidding. You know, because you know he doesn't show nothing against them, right? I mean, there's guys that don't want to show their face, and that's okay, and they have a great voice for it. That's fine, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I got a face for radio too, so I get it. Yeah.
Right.
So, guys, I've been talking about the roadmap obviously for almost feels like a week. It feels like a month, but it's only been about about a week or whatever. But so I really want to get your guys' perspectives on it, and I will chime in. But I guess we could kind of just go through it. Jess, how much of the AMA did you guys watch? I streamed the whole thing live. I don't know if you guys watched the AMA back or were you guys watching it? What's up with that?
Well, I watched it, and my personal view on it is it was kind of hard to follow, to be honest. And I felt like Hara kind of struggled with quite a few of those questions, which is, if you go back to the origination of everything, we came from a place where all the fudders were saying, this guy isn't real. This is a made up person. He's not real. Right. And he was kind of putting text out there. Right. Then it was like, okay, well, let's see if we can get him in an AMA and hear him talk. And yeah, then he starts talking. Well, now he's on video and he's talking. Okay. But it's, English is challenging, I think, to learn. It's like the hardest language to learn. I get it. And I felt like he kind of struggled through some of his responses because I don't know if he fully comprehended the questions. So I didn't take a whole lot out of the AMA. I took more out of looking at just the roadmap itself. And I think, honestly, the best format for Harasan is kind of to present him with a question and let him present a response, give him some time to respond. But doing it on the spot, I think, is still just it's not very smooth.
Well, that's what I was saying in the AMA when I was streaming it live. Was like, I give him a lot of uh, a lot of credit because one, like you said, English they say is the hardest language to learn, right? For starters, and then you combine that with so he's struggling with something he's still learning. So he's trying to understand the question and then put the words the answers into words not just from Japanese to English, but then he's also trying to dumb it down, so to speak, for the rest of us to kind of get what he's trying to get across. Because at the end of the day, let's be honest, he probably could talk all over all of our heads, right? So he's also got to kind of dumb it down at the same time, and then it's all done on the spot, right? Like do it, dance monkey, right? Like so I give him a lot of credit for that. And I agree, Jesse. The first question he was asked, I felt like the question wasn't really phrased very well to begin with. And you could just tell based on Hara's answer that he understood almost nothing that he was asked in that first question, right? But there were a couple of little snippets that I took out of it, but I just kind of want to play with and kind of bounce off other people and say like, did you kind of get the same thing from this? Like, I think that when Dip stepped in and asked his three questions, that really started to clarify, because Dip obviously has experience talking with Hara and he knows, kind of really how to communicate with him a little more, being as like he went down there and visited him and they spent time with Hara, right? And so I think that Dip did a great job of asking questions in a way that Hara might better understand, questions in a way that Hara might better understand, right?
Yeah, and another thing I just want to mention real quick is, I obviously cover quant. Gilbert Verdian always mentions the internet of trust, just because a lot of us, especially new people, let's just be honest, you tune into you're like, hey, I'm thinking about getting into the Jasmy, or I just recently got into Jasmy, and then I just tuned in this thing for an AMA, but I don't really understand really why I did, and this guy, I wasn't really impressed. You got to keep in mind, it's a different culture too. So if we're going to talk about the internet of trust, it's like Ondo. Okay, this is a good example. So it might just literally be that it's not necessarily the whole thing of, hey, we're trying to you know do a super excellent job of how we market this to people, because obviously in Japan the focus has never been on marketing. It's literally on their product or their services, right? Like we've given those examples with the Steve Jobs interview, where he literally mentions that, right? The products, the services speak for themselves. Again, it might just be a whole issue of, look, we understand we could probably get somebody from a PR perspective that's going to be a lot more appealing, but does Ando or Sato-san and was it Takahashi and Yoshida at the time, all these guys, Tadashi Marina, do they have, or are they going to have that type of relationship with just a brand new person that appeals to our retail perspective of that person? The answer probably is no. So when we talk again about the internet of trust, this is clearly, to me, they trust Hara. Otherwise, why would you have Junction, Jasmy going all out on some of this? So from that point of view, I get the complaints, but again, it's just, for me, it's a trust issue. It clearly feel like they have a solid relationship with Hara, and they just don't want to go with somebody else, whether we can agree with that or not. You know what I mean? And then the other thing I wanted to point out was, I think somebody in the comments, what was it, from Haroon. Shout out to you, Haroon. You were watching, on my platform quite a few times. He says, how does Jasmy plan to tackle the issue of interoperability with other blockchains and cryptocurrencies to enhance the utility and reach of Jasmy Coin? If you go back to the Junction site, that was one of the main things that's actually mentioned, literally right on that previous one that you had, Rob, about interoperability. I've also talked about, and I've taken heat about it, and it's okay. I got thick skin. I've gotten criticism about the whole thing of, Jasmy Quant. People used to say, that's a bunch of clickbait. But I pointed out that, look, for future interoperability, if they want to, we're just getting to the point we're trying to scale with this, and that's big. But, what if Jasmy was to absolutely blow up in huge market cap to reach these KPI targets that we're talking about, right? Well, I imagine they would have a bigger budget by that time. Do you go with something like with the overledger by that particular point? My answer is they can do that. Not saying that they would do that, but the point is ISO TC 307, the quant network standard, say what you want. Gilbert Verdian going over to Japan March of last year to put standards in place, putting their stamp into Japan and creating working groups for ISO TC 307 for Japan. Like that's done, right? So I do think that could be the next step. But Janction to me already answers their needs for the current time being. That might be more than adequate, right? And this is why we have layer two. Layer twos, I get it, guys. Ethereum, you look at being it's like, the McDonald's of crypto. It's like, is McDonald's the best hamburger in town? No, but there's more McDonald's than any other place out there. All right, well then how do we scale up from there? Obviously, the whole thing, optimism, or the whole thing with Janction is clearly the answer, and we have significantly increased the market cap. What were we ranked in the top 200? And then we broke into the top 100, I think, over a week ago, where I think we got as high as rank 87. So
Yeah, in February we were ranked like 170th, it's 70th, and then by the end of February we were like 91st.
yeah, but the last one I think it was like something like 87. So I mean, you're right, right? Consistently hovering in that top 100 area. Say what you want. I mean, there's investors that just that's all they do is the top 100. If we're excited about ETFs, which obviously we are, back to what Jesse was talking about earlier, understand that there is a whole group of even just retail whale investors, if that's what you want to call them, that they don't care about rank 200 and so on. They just literally look at, I'm only interested on a select amount from this top 100 and a few select or blue chips, and I'm going to research more about the use case and so on. That in itself brought in a lot of volume. And how do we know that? Again, go back to the CMC listings and so on. Did you see a ton of new volume? People say, well, that's because Jasmy got sent and FOMO was created. Right. Okay, cool. I mean, I'm not complaining about it. I mean, let people FOMO in. But my point is, this is why all these things are worth mentioning and why it's all significant. And if anything, I feel like I'm talking too much. So back to you guys.
Go ahead, Jess. So I'm curious what you think about the roadmap, first of all. So if we get into the first part, partnership with big, okay, so we've already got that, right? Development of the new, new function with the company. What do you take away from that? Are you talking? They're talking about Panasonic here, right? So they're talking about the next 3 to 6 months creating this platform. Am I correct?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's kind of getting at, what is Panasonic looking to get out of this partnership is sort of the question, right? And then are they looking at somewhere to store their data? Are they looking at getting the inferences from the data? Are they looking at offering somewhere for their users to store the data? There's kind of like a bunch of different questions that all kind of fit into just this grand idea of Panasonic, because it covers so many different areas. Like we talked about, like it's not just appliances, it's electric car batteries, it's mobility systems, it's medical, it's housing. So, for Jasmy, what is this? What do they offer in the partnership? I think that's kind of what he's getting at in developing new functions. So
I gotta chime in on that one just real quick, Jesse, to elaborate a little bit more. I don't want to dominate the conversation. I'm not like that. But so I was actually thinking about this, and I said to myself, look, yeah, we're putting a lot of focus on Panasonic, guys. I get it, right? You might want us to go to the next slide and so on. Just hear me out on this. From the perspective of Panasonic. Now, we all want the juicy Jasmy perspective, and I get that. Like, that's why we're here. But you have to understand the significance about this. It's kind of like being an institutional hypocrite. Hear me out. what would be the point of doing something like, for example, with Tesla? Like, you know, we have more than enough evidence to support, like, yeah, okay, you know, this thing of cell battery technology to allow the Tesla electric vehicles to go farther than they normally did. The report was 550 miles. Again, check out the deep dive on my channel if you wish to get into that type of research. So, with that said, you're going to tell me, you're going to tell the world, right? Okay, big announcement. Panasonic is going with Jasmy. Okay, Jasmy is all about data democratization, right? To be, you know, like disturbing, you know, the world of centralized data, GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple. But over in the United States, with this deal that you clearly have going on with Tesla, it's okay to all of a sudden centralize the data over there? No, give me a break. Can't be the case. So this part, that's part of the roadmap, you know, talking about a big partnership with, you know, or new functions and so on. You can't tell the world we're centralizing data in Nevada, or not just Nevada, but you get my point. Like with Tesla, wherever they take that data, and then go back to Japan and say, "Oh, hi everybody in our home country, Japan. Yeah, over here, you know, we're gonna decentralize all that. Give me a break." So who allows that to happen across the board? Well, it's obviously it's Jasmy. So again, back to the whole statement of what Hara mentioned with Panasonic, and that is, remember the quote, all the infrastructure, not some of the infrastructure or some of the centralized data, right? Because we don't want to do that. It's decentralizing all the data on a quote unquote all the infrastructure platform. The platform obviously is Jasmy. That's my key takeaway. I would love somebody else to chime in on it. Rob, Jesse. I mean, is that overthinking it? I don't think so.
Go ahead, Jess. What do you think? What do you think about what he said?
No, I don't think you're overthinking it. I think you know, we're at the very beginning. You know, we're at the beginning, and this is the beginning of the technology in this arena. And look at all the connections under the surface. So no, I don't.
We're under the hood of the Tesla, right? Like I was saying earlier. Anyway, it's whatever.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. You just kind of hit the nail right on the head, Jess, with what you said. You know, we're at the start, and a lot of people have been making the mistake of looking at this quarter, so to speak, as like the finish line. And no, this is the starting line of where this is going to go, right? And that's been the misconception all along, I think, right? And that's the point that you know, people like the three of us try to get out there to everybody, is like, guys, this is not the completion of anything. This is just this is where it's all beginning. This is the start of something that's going to be huge, you know. um
Picture you know, like I always love visuals when I used to teach kids in the classroom. You know, it's just like, let's learn here. You have a small snowball, and then that big announcement of Panasonic, you know, like that snowball got bigger. You know, when we talk about the Internet of Things and of it all coming together, it's just like, you know, getting a huge boulder snowball to create a snowman, and then and then having that roll down the hill. I mean, you know, it's just, this is you know, I hate to use the expression of, like, you know, was it one small step for, you know, no, I'm not gonna do that, but you know, it is steps. It's going up on that ladder. You know, if we talk about scalability, literally it's just that. So I know a lot of people are excited about the whole thing about obviously Panasonic. We all are. But understand, you know, this is we're not finished by any means. Back to what Rob was talking about, we're not even remotely done.
no, that's exactly it. Yeah. And so getting into the demonstration of IoT data utilization, um I'm really curious to know what you guys take away from that, because like it's a little confusing to me. I'm not sure if they were, when I first read it, I wasn't sure if they were talking about in terms of demonstration. Are we talking about getting into marketing? Are we talking about, like, what are we talking about here with this demonstration, right?
Go ahead, Jesse. I thought saw you unmute yourself.
Um, I think if you look at the historically what has Jasmy done as a company in this kind of arena, we've seen different posts on X, right? So where they've been at a trade show, they've had a booth as part of 50 other companies with booths, and Jasmy's got a booth there, and they're showing off what they got, right? They're displaying this technology to the world. I think with a lot of that, it has been it's started as you would expect conceptually, right? But at some point, you kind of need to take it further than that. So maybe you've got, let's say, just hypothetically, like, I don't know, 15 different use cases. Well, each different use case could be with a different partner or something along those lines. And then you have an actual real world example of, Sagan Tosu, let's say. Okay, so the football team, right? Soccer. So the football team in Japan, Sagan Tosu, uses the Jasmy PDL, and they do the fan token. Okay, so what benefits has that actually brought Sagan Tosu? Where's the data? Show me the data behind it, right? Sell me on why I should use that with my football team, right? Or my baseball team, or my whatever team I've got. And that's where they can take all of the data kind of behind the scenes and start displaying it and putting it out there and saying, look, here's where Sagan Tosu was without us. Here's where it is after us, and look at the difference, right? So I kind of foresee them in the demonstration side at some point in time being able to do that, where they say, here's a partner that we worked with, and whether they display their name or not, they don't even necessarily need to do that. They could just say, we worked with a partner to accomplish the following tasks. Here's what we did at the end of the day, and here's where we either saved and or made them more money, right? I mean, from a business standpoint, at the end of the day, it's all about, you got to be profitable. And if there's an idea out there that you can save money, make more money, be more efficient, every business is going to be interested in that. And so I foresee them doing more of the trade show type deals in the future as they develop it further.
Well, you and I have discussed this fan token thing briefly in the past, Jesse, and we talked about, you guys know I'm an avid hockey fan, NHL, right? And I think about the NHL, the MLB, NBA, NFL, all that fun stuff, and I'm like just imagining them being able to set as an example this soccer team and try to utilize it in these major leagues out in the West, which I know they want to get their foot in the door in the West, right? It would be absolutely huge because I'm not as big into the other leagues, but I know in the NHL that the commission is always obsessed with generating revenue, especially since C19, right? Well, how can you explore another avenue of that? Fan tokens, right? That being said, it's a slippery slope and a double-edged sword, because here in the West, I don't know how it is out east in the UK and in Japan and in China, Hong Kong, all that stuff, but fans here are absurd, right? So allowing fans to have access to communicate directly with players has potential to be kind of a train wreck at the same time. However, it would be massive to see that kind of utilization of a fan token with Jasmy, in one of these major leagues. What do you guys think of that?
So think about this. So, Jasmy is not the only fan token out there. All right.
Right. Like there's Chili's.
There's Chili's. Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's Chili's. There's also, I think Binance was offering them at some point, but does Binance have an app that goes with their fan token in a similar aspect to Jasmy's? I don't know. Right. So just because another competitor has a fan token doesn't necessarily mean they're all created equal. But even if we hypothetically said that, let's say a competitor had a better fan token experience, okay? Well, one of the selling factors with Jasmy is that we're focused here on Asia, Asia is really where we're focused.
You
Like in
took
your
the words
example,
right out of my mouth. I totally agree. It's the
yeah,
demographics. Yeah, because when you back to just real quick, I'm sorry, about Chile's, right? Chile's more focused towards like your Latin American countries and so on, right? Those demographics, Spanish speaking countries, a little bit of Europe, Spain. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I just want
yes.
to throw that. You're 100% right. Asia is different.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we've talked about in the history, especially with their KPIs and the 107 million users, is we could accomplish these numbers just in their little region over there that they're in of Asia alone. They don't need to go to the NHL. They don't need to go to the KHL. They may not even need to really go beyond Japanese baseball, to be honest. They could just stay right there, or they could go beyond, and maybe they do, right? So the fan token thing, I think it's a genius idea because it's an entirely new revenue stream for a team to make money, and it's a way to engage your fans. I mean, you want your fans engaged, right? You don't want them checked out. If they're engaged, they're going to be more invested in, buying things, memorabilia, things for the team. They're going to be invested in going to games, um, all those little things. So anyway, I agree with you 100%, Max, and that's exactly what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Chili's because I know there's that one. There may be another one or two that
I
are
hold
out there.
Chili's. I mean, I'm not in profits on it. It came in a little bit too late, but I mean, I'm still holding it. I still believe in the project from the perspective of, it's creating back to what you were talking about earlier. Earlier at the start of the show. For you guys who are just tuning in, we were talking about experiences. Okay, so platinum data in the white paper for Jasmy is, I should say exclusively mentions, but a lot of mention about, you know, data harmonization. That's experiences, guys. Okay, so again, back to what we're talking about with Rob and so on and Jesse. Add another notch to the belt. This is just another future layer of utility. Now, some people say, "Well, future layer that really exists." Yeah, but it's scaling that up, right? Yes, you're right. We do have examples, Sagan Tosu fan token and so on. So I mean, some people look at it like, I never heard of Sagan Tosu. I mean, how is that such a big catalyst? Okay, I get it. We live in different areas of the world. But if you're a person that lives in that particular area of Japan and you're big on the Sagan Tosu, for crying out loud, or Jesse is an ambassador, going over there and it's like welcome Jesse, do you like relish on your hot dog? No, I only like mustard. The point is, maybe with the Sagan Tosu, it's like, Jesse don't like relish on hot dog. Relish scam, So as a result, it knows never, ever, when he goes to the concession, to put freaking these other condiments on his hot dog. Okay, Jesse's just one guy. But to be consistent with all that. How about this? Fans that might be like a little bit too rowdy. You're an older generation person. You don't want to sit next to these guys. I mean, I understand at a game. I mean, you don't want to be around me at a game. I get too into the games. I have been guilty of that. I get way too into the games. I'll put it this way: if I'm at a basketball game, and when they do that, or even a baseball game, they do that charge. I have the loudest charge of the whole freaking section 300. Okay. You could hear me in the other section. All right. I'm just going to throw that disclaimer out there. Right. You've been warned. Okay. So my point is, what if you are Kunitaki Ando? Maybe you don't want to sit with all these rowdy fraternity type people, for your tailgaters and so on. Right. Guys, that is the concept of data harmonization. So Jesse's 100% right. Love the example. Chili's is one example, but for Jasmy to even grab that sector, that's so I'm even that much more bullish. So I would agree with Jesse from the perspective of, do they really need to take it from here? Now, my thing is, the answer could very well be no. Maybe they just put the focus on, Japan baseball and some of these other sports and so on. And maybe that's more than fine. But as Jasmy scales up and Jasmy looks to obviously take this thing worldwide, then it tells me if your selling model is to always be competitive from this perspective of not just IoT, the examples of like, hey, we got this Panasonic partnership, and back to one of the person's comments. Let's get into it. It was, for example, this is a great comment. Let me just go to it real quick from DemK818. He says he's more bullish on Jasmy partnering together with Panasonic than Panasonic partnering with Jasmy. Jasmy will give Panasonic a new life. Think about that for a second. So I'm not dismissing Panasonic. I'm not bashing Panasonic and thinking that it's like dinosaur and necessarily giving it a new life, but to a sense it does. I would agree that Panasonic needs Jasmy more than Jasmy needs Panasonic. I know some people are like, that's a stretch, but think about it for a second, right? If that's the case, then that is supply and demand. And then once that's put into motion, whether it's with the cell batteries or all these other things that Rob's talking about, like walking around your house, you don't even realize maybe you have something that's related to Panasonic or IoT and so on, then all that utility, again, guys, utility being put into motion. Sagan Tosu fan token is just one example. Again, the start of something. What about when we have more teams in Japan? Or what if Jasmy decides, you know what, that market for fan token experiences is a huge market. We should tap more into that. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But it's nice knowing that we can do it. I think we can all agree on that.
Well, what my mind goes to is, and I think Jesse, we've talked about this before. I think I even used the analogy that Jasmy as a company right now reminds me of like Japan being like the United States, for example, the West being a burning building, right? And Jasmy seems to be the only one running towards the burning building. They've been adamant about expanding into the West and out of Japan adamantly. I've heard mention of Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United States. We've gone over the what is it, university or something that connects Japanese startups with VCs in the United States, right? South of San Francisco, I want to say, Silicon Valley. And Jasmy just seems to be the only company that is headstrong on let's get out of Japan, let's branch off to the West, while everyone else is pouring into Japan for these startup opportunities and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the whole thing about startups. And that was another reason why, special guest Rue Black was putting so much emphasis on Tim Draper from the Swift Coin. Because Tim Draper, it's Draper and Associates, VC firms, like Draper himself, on paper, I agree with him on this. He's probably worth a heck of a lot more, $2 billion. So, specializing in startups and, seed money and, venture money to invest in Web3 startups and so on. And again, think about what you just mentioned, Silicon Valley and so on. So there's common ground there, just like there's common ground with Panasonic. So that just pounds home a little bit more what you just said.
So we've got additional AI specifications for the personal data locker. What do you guys take away from that? Is that more just about what we already talked about in regards to more customization, like the example you used earlier, Jesse, or Max talking about the airlines, and then I had related it to tourism. Is that what we're talking about here?
Jesse, you want to take that one?
I think that in their various partners, they're all a little bit different. And so I think the AI aspects of it are different, right? So the AI aspects on a PDL related to Sagan Tosu would probably be a lot different from like Nippon Travel Agency, would be different from whatever Transcosmos is doing with Secure PC, right? So I think each client maybe has a different set of things that they're getting at, and it's probably different versions of AI. So there's probably a lot of fine tuning. Like think of AI like a checklist of 50 things, and not every company is going to want all 50 things. They may want it specific to them and what their needs are. So, do you want to expand your list of 50 items to 75 items or 100 items or whatever? Sure. You really want, I think, again, this is what sells the idea of platinum data to a company, is to say that we can tailor this experience to you. And, whenever it, like, if you ever work for like a really large company and you have vendors that come in for a specific service, like for an example would be like in corporate America, if you have a phone system that your company uses, okay? At some point in time, your existing contract's going to run out. You're going to need to go out to market for a phone system. You may bring in 5 or 10 different phone vendors. Those various vendors are going to try and sell you on how they can tailor the experience to better meet your needs. I think that's kind of what they're saying here, is tailoring the experience for whatever the business is.
Yeah, I agree with what Jesse was saying. I mean, back to the whole thing of like even in the white paper. I mean, there's a key reason why they mentioned data harmonization. Um, but I think data harmonization, that is tailored made towards my company needs and wants, right? Absolutely.
Over at the tokenomics, so this is more the point system. This is more. Is that not more towards the carbon credits exchange? Like, there's a lot of confusion. People are asking me about a J coin. People have been asking me about a migration to to a second token or something, and if that's going to crash the price or affect the price of Jasmy in a negative context. Go ahead, Matt.
I gotta say something. How recently they've been asking you about the J coin? Was this like literally last night or this morning or something?
Yeah, it was like last night actually.
Okay, okay, I know where that's coming from. I mentioned J coin in an example in regards to DCJPY with a stable coin. I was giving an example, and I even put out a disclaimer. And I get it, sometimes people tune in and they miss that particular part. You know what I mean? And so I haven't even had a chance to go in and chop or put in the chapters to separate all that. But I was like, I wonder if that's where it was. Yeah, I was giving an example about that. So the question was, do we see examples of what was it, Mizuho investing into blockchain technology and what spawned from it? And then there was example of Jcoin and DCJPY, and then they did this thing with this thing with Japan called Jcoin. And I put out a disclaimer. I was like, guys, please understand, this is not Jcoin as in Jasmy, but I get it. People tune in. Like, what if a guy tuned in 5 minutes after I said that? You know what I mean? Rob, what the heck? There's this thing called Jcoin. I get it.
People hear what they want to hear.
Jesse, you probably had that frustration at some point too. So it's one of those things.
Yeah, I've had that frustration when they first talked about doing the Jasmy chain, and I talked about your coins converting over in a 1-to-1 ratio. Boy, that opened up Pandora's box.
Oh yeah, exactly.
No, but this first bullet here, implementation of point system, I think that is talking about DD points, which is the same thing as DD coin, which is the stable coin within the ecosystem. Okay, so he's talking about implementation of point system, that's DD points. The J part, really with the National Carbon Credit Consortium, is J credits. That's something entirely different, and that has nothing to do with your Jasmy coin. So I think that's what they're talking about here.
Yeah, people hear a little bit of it and then they just go into panic mode and only take what they want to take from it, right? So go ahead, Max.
Yeah, that was something that I didn't have the answer to. Sometimes they think some of you guys out there, it's okay. I mean, well, you guys are the researchers. You got to know everything. Hey, we're also human. You know what I mean? There's still things that we're learning. So one of the things that I was trying to point out, I said, guys, when I get with the panel tomorrow, we're here now today. You know, there was talks about burns. I was like, burns. I was like, Jasmy's never done a burn. You know, we did the research about, you know, I even did deep dive about it. It's like, um, there's this function to do a burn, but they never used it ever, right? And then some people were like, wow, it would be amazing if we had a lockup plus a burn. And then I was like, I got to get with Jesse and Rob tomorrow and Jasmy US and try to get some confirmation. So, and then I think it was Boomer F and Sooner. Boomer, I don't know if you're still here, bro. Maybe you left, you know. He was just like, no, I think it's more not necessarily about the burn as far as the actual tokens. People were saying it's in regards to the carbon credit thing that we mentioned about a while back. So, Jesse, take it away when it comes to
Sure.
that. Yeah.
So token burning, let's talk about that. So token burning is a deflationary mechanism. Okay. So all I'm saying is when you have a token burn, you have less coins, period. Now, there's a lot of different cryptocurrency projects that have done token burns. Typically, they've done it in a governance fashion where something has been proposed decentralized. The various holders have voted and they voted for a token burn. Now, arguably, has it ever really worked or achieved what it intended to? Personally, I think the jury's still out. I don't know if you can cite a single coin that has a token burn where you can prove to me that it actually worked. All right. The second part of that is with Jasmy. What is the deflationary mechanism? Well, it's intended to be the lockup. That's the deflationary part. We're taking coins out of the supply because we're locking them up. Likewise, if you did the Cardano comparison, Hoskinson over there often says that that's the quote paint chip question. Is there going to be a token burn for Cardano? And he says, of course not. There is no token burn. And the reason why is they already have a deflationary mechanism that is locking up Cardano when you're staking it. Okay. So
which
people,
was actually incredibly effective in the last bull run, by the way.
yes, it was. But not every coin has to be staked, right? I mean, there's plenty of people that simply just buy it and hold it, right? Are those coins in circulation? No, they're not. So anyway, I think the token burn is kind of like one of these buzz terms that people see it and they go, hey, what does that mean? The Jasmy's going straight up because now we're not going to have any Jasmy? And what does that actually look like? Like, start asking the follow-up questions. So let's hypothetically say that there is a token burn and now there's a lot less Jasmy. What's the benefit to all of the use cases, all the businesses, all of the people they want in this ecosystem? Well, we want you to use it, but now there's less. What? That doesn't make any coherent sense. Okay. Go ahead, Max. I see you want to say something.
No, I want to expand on that. So there's a complaint in the past when it comes to Ripple's XRP of like there's too many tokens or coins, I should say, because you know XRPL. There's too many coins. Why did they do it this way? That's by design for a specific reason. If you know, if you understand the concept of on-demand liquidity to provide a utility function for a need of what the banks need to solve a problem, you have to have a lot of those coins to do it. Now, some people say, well, then why does Stellar have half the supply? Well, is Stellar going to do, for example, all that bank-to-bank money? No, they're more focused on the peer-to-peer money, right? Retail is less than the big institutions, right, on the larger scale. So back to what Jesse was talking about, for the examples like with Cardano, for instance, right? So my thing is understanding, yeah, all this simply makes sense of why they never did a burn. Yeah, look at a nuclear panel, right? You know, like use this example like Chernobyl or something. You know, somebody sitting there and it's like, you know, let's press this and let's, you know, cause this to go nuclear or whatever. The function is there for Jasmy to do the burn, like we pointed out, not just myself and so on, other people of the research consortium that we have here. But it doesn't mean just because it's there that it needs to be utilized. So that's what I'm glad that we're talking about, because when that got brought up, I'm like, okay, interesting. Are they really going to do this? I mean, from a retail perspective, even myself, I'm kind of a little guilty of it. I'm like, bullish on the idea of a lockup. Obviously, everybody is. Combined with the burn, I mean, it sounds really cool. But then I was just like, well, but what about the whole thing about the white paper of so much allocated towards, institutions and so on? Doesn't that mess up the whole concept of the basic fundamentals or the foundation of the tokenomics? The answer obviously is yes, back to what Jesse was talking about. So I guess you could say it's just understanding all of this. And I love the example you used about like Cardano and so on.
Well,
I think it's Rob. Yeah.
think of this too. You brought up why do certain coins have more supply, right? I think a great example of this is SHIB. Well, why does SHIB have however many zeros in it? Why is it 8 zeros? Well, the reason why is because then you can sell this narrative of SHIB to $1, SHIB to a penny. We're all going to get rich, but there's so many zeros, it's never going to happen, right? I mean, it's going to take an ungodly amount of money that's going to have to come straight out of the sky into SHIB to get you to a penny. I get it though. That's why they did it, right?
Well, it's 10 zeros technically, and then we saw 6 zeros get shaved off to, 4 zeros, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I see that with Terra Luna Classic all the time too, right? And when you first started talking about it, Jesse, just now, I was going to say a lot of the hype around burns is mainly due to the hype from meme coins, right? Like, oh, like you see all of these meme coins now, and I'm sorry, but I include Terra Luna Classic in with the meme coins now since I've been burned when they were Terra Luna, right? But to have like, yeah, you see these posts on X all the time. Oh, Luna burned, Terra Luna Classic burned, 3 million coins. Big news, big news. Yeah, out of 500 trillion coins, right? What does that equate to at the end of the day, right? So,
well, and that's just it. Is what does it equate to, right? So when you throw out the idea of token burn, it's really kind of it's a concept for somebody who's inexperienced, that they hear that and they go, wow, what does that mean? I don't know, but I better buy, right? I better buy some of this. And then when you actually start, asking follow-up questions, this is something I talk about with my wife all the time, right? Taking things at face value versus hearing something and then asking follow-up questions. Okay, token burn. So what does that mean? Hara said token burn. Is he talking about Jasmy coin? Is he talking about J credits? What's he talking about? You got to really ask these follow-up questions. And I think the bottom line here is simply, in the case of Jasmy, is as long as there's some sort of a lockup, we've already solved that problem. We don't need to solve the problem again with a solution that really there's no evidence has ever worked with anyone.
Yeah, back to the whole thing of face value. I honestly think, I'm not going to name any projects or anything. I mean, obviously, we mentioned SHIB. I hold a lot of SHIB.
names.
It doesn't really matter whether it's Luna Classic is SHIB and so on. I get that. It's actually a sense of perception. If you think about this, right? Let's say SHIB was just launched today, and you have those trillions of tokens and so on. At some point, people like us from the community are going to be like, oh my God, that's a hell of a lot of tokens. Are you guys going to have some kind of burn mechanism? So it's kind of like, are we having burns to appease towards the concept of, like, back to what Jesse was talking about? We need burns. But again, I've seen, like Boomer F and Sewer, who's still here. Shout out to you, Boomer, for still being here. And Legrand, hello. A lot of you guys are in the comments. Thank you for being here. My main thing is it really perception? Yes and no. You know what I mean? What was it? Before, this is back in 2021. I know this is now getting back into the thing of shit, but just real quick. I don't know if you guys remember the whole thing, but there was a massive burn before Vitalik donated however much he did to the, the COVID-19 thing for the relief of India. right? And that was, I believe, right before he donated a whole bunch, right, Jesse? I don't know if you remember that whole thing. And that was significant. If you look at the chart for Shiba Inu, that was like the first real significant pump. I think that was like May, if I'm not mistaken, of 2021. And then from there, it went down, and I caught it at when it went down in late May, and I made my entry point like 0.50799. Bought like I was like, this thing is gonna go to a penny because I didn't know crap back then, right? And and so I bought 1 billion of them and so on, which don't get me wrong, that worked out because I 11x'd, right? I got bit by the crypto bug, and then the rest is history. Anyway, roll that up for 6 months, and then of course the whole concept of the burns, and even yet, like USA Today did an article about, what was it, 1,200% increase in burns? Okay, 1,200% based off of what? Well, we still have a supply of trillions of Shiba Inu. So back to what Rob was talking about, it's more significant in something with a dramatically lower supply of ADA compared to trillions of Shiba Inu, right? I remember I still hold Shiba Doge, for instance, right? My God, one of the big selling points for Shiba Doge back in the day was, Shiba Doge has, I think it was like a quintillion or a quintillion amount of tokens. And so if Shiba Doge eats all these zeros, you're going to be more than fine. Now, granted, I will give a shout out to them. At least they didn't do a V2 because I've been wrecked. But there was projects like Shibnobi. I did really well with Shibnobi, and that was another selling point. And I saw influencers in this space saying, I went from, and I'm not going to mention this project ever again, you know what I mean? Because, it is a dog and it did well in 21. But I swapped this, such and such thing for Shibnobi. You know who I'm talking about. If any of you guys remember this back in the day, this guy literally switched all of his, such and such coin for Shibnobi. I'm gonna end this here quick. But the selling point was he does in his outline. All right, if Shibnobi erases all these zeros, this is what you're going to make, and that is perception, and that's a selling point. It caused people to FOMO in. Guess what happened? Literally over a year later, okay? Shibnobi does what? It goes to a V2. So throw out all the tokenomics of what you originally was a selling point for all that. So all those people who came into that project got wrecked. I'm one of them, right? I did well with Shibnobi at first. My God, I made like $4,000 off of it in like 2 weeks. I was happy about it. But then the selling point of somebody saying, hey, hodl this because it's going to burn all these zeros. Understand this. If the tokenomics get drastically changed and these so-called burn mechanisms, it's all perception. Do we see? Okay, so here's the bottom line. Do we see that with Jasmy? I think we can all three agree the answer is no. Burn mechanism exists. Will it be utilized? Answer is no, because back to what Jesse was talking about and back to what Rob was talking about with the ADA example. I think those are great examples. Anyway, just want to throw in my little 2 cents about perception, right?
So to sum up the burn, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Right?
So think of this. Regarding Jasmy, token burn is a distraction term. That doesn't mean jack crap. What is important, what's the most important thing, is the market maker. That is extremely important. All right. And I can kind of give you an example of there's a crypto project that I was looking at, over the last couple of years. It had a really high rate of staking, right? And I saw it and I thought, hey, I should get in on that, right? There's another project had, let's say, half the rate of staking. And I said, nah, I don't think I'm going to get into that one because it's half the rate. I mean, it's not going to return as much to me. Well, you know what happened is down the road, the one with the higher rate doesn't have a market maker. So the charts kind of floundered along the way, okay? The one with the lower rate has the same market maker Jasmy has. And guess what happened? Did excellent, right? Straight up. Exactly. So, token burn is a distraction. Market maker, that's what's really important.
I've seen a lot of people complain about the market maker for Jasmy over the last couple of months. Whenever the price goes down, it's the market maker screwing us over, right?
Yeah, a lot of people at first, when I think you're obviously referring, Jesse, to DWF Labs. I remember that there was an element of, it was kind of, for a lot of retail people, this is kind of scary, and they were connecting DWF Labs to some other projects, and they're like, I don't know about this, and this was during a time, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse, of like us, with the whole thing of Binance US getting put into the innovation zone. So the fear was already there, and it was just like, well, who are these guys? But now I think they've more than proven themselves that this actually worked out. I don't know if you guys feel the same way about that.
So one of the reasons that Jasmy supposedly was put into the innovation zone was because of the chart, and especially the long-term chart that you look out, it just goes down, right? And the feedback to Harasan on that was that Binance doesn't like to see a chart that's just plummeting, and it plummets down to zero and it just stays there, right? So that's half the reason that they got DWF Labs in the first place, is the rep from Binance Japan said, hey, you should look into this company. And that's, yeah, there you go. There's the chart, right? Our epic pumps that we've been having over the last couple of weeks, it's not even barely even a blip on there, right? But the point is that's why they were brought in the first place, because of the long-term chart looks like this. And honestly, that's been one of the best moves they've ever made so far.
And the Flutters, this is all they reference, is this. But for us, it's understanding your position into something. Just because the chart looks bad doesn't necessarily mean it is a blatant rug pull. I understand on the surface, we could apply this to anything, but a lot of things also happen. You can even, Rob, you mentioned ADA. If you did all time on ADA, it don't look too that great either. I mean, recently looks great, but now click on 1 year, if you don't mind, Rob. Where it says max, go to 1 year. Right next to where it says max. Okay. Yeah, night and day difference, right? Absolutely.
I think the key thing here, especially like you were saying with the fudders, and I warn people about this all the time, is people who spread negativity on any project, whether it's Jasmy or otherwise, like you said, they refer to the chart when it comes to Jasmy. A lot of times, same thing with ICP, they'll refer to the chart, right? Well, context is everything and details matter, right? And a lot of times that's what they do. They'll show a chart out of context and not tell you why the chart looks that way, right? They'll just say, Jasmy scam, it's a rug pull, right? They rugged us, see? Like, don't buy it.
You sound like a Sprite commercial with that one. That was kind of cool. It's like knowledge is everything, or thirst is everything. I can't remember. How did that go back in the 90s? Does anybody remember that commercial? Jesse, you've been keeping it real since 82. Remember that?
No, that one's long gone.
I know, but it was something like, I'll have to look that up. It was just like, thirst is everything. Obey your thirst, Sprite, right? But it has some, it was, you reminded me, Rob, of that. I forgot the quote. Yeah, I'm digging the 90s out of the back of my head, right? Anyway.
It is, yeah. No, I get it, but it is something I try to pound home to people, is that details matter, right? That's why when people get me to look at certain projects and stuff when I'm doing streams, and I'm like, look, I can look at the tokenomics for you, and if the tokenomics look absolutely atrocious, like if a project's been around for 6 years and only 10% of the supply is in circulation, I got to ask, what is the context of this, right? Because that's odd to me. You know what I mean? Well, after 6 years, why is there only 10% of the supply in circulation? What are we doing here?
Right. And I think we were pointing out, what was it, yeah, myself and some other members of our community. So like I cover Relio, and I covered it since 8 cents, and it's like, oh my god, went over to $3. And I remember on your channel, and this is no bad on you, Rob, I had nothing but love and respect to you. So it's like, yeah, guys, we did really well with it. Should we, do you, I guess you could say, dump your position, take profits on this, or do you really see Relio going to crazy highs? I do personally. But one of the things you mentioned in regards to circulation was, even with Relio, it's like, you have a very low amount in circulation. This is where I just point out to people, okay, watch it like a hawk, because, or set your sell orders just in case, have something as a backup plan. Some people use, apps like Three Commas, or shout out to one of the members of the community, Tradex, stuff like that, where you can do some of those things. Or you're just old school like me and you just literally watch it every day because that's what we do. And so my thing is, yeah, back to what Rob was talking about. It's like, with Jasmine, do you have an example of them dumping on the supply? The answer is no, because it's already pretty much fully diluted already. Where are we at, guys? Like 99 point or 98 point something percent. I can't remember. So almost all the supply is in circulation. Yeah, at first we didn't have that. At first, Jesse, do you recall what it was? I mean, it wasn't like a $1.5 million market cap, and Jasmy all-time highs 499, and then if somebody entered in there at that particular point, right, and they didn't take profits, then they got destroyed, right? So that reference to the Relio example, right, I think is valid, but it's just understanding, what's in circulation. So I get it. We're going to be scaling up to this, this layer 2 and so on. And, some people point out, well, technically that'd be like a Jasmy coin V2. Jesse talked about the whole thing of, people getting freaked out about the 1-1 ratio and stuff like that. But you don't have anything about that. So that's just the example I also want to let everybody know is, I use the example of, if a project has 80% of the tokens, or in some cases it's coins, if it's the native coin of the blockchain, for this example, tokens, if it has 80% or more, depending on the supply and so on, you're not going to get it wrecked as much. Now, that was an example I used back in crypto winter. We're in a bull run, so there's all sorts of different factors. But again, guys, back to the example, near 100% in circulation. So for some people saying, I miss Jasmy, it's not at 0.003 or 4 and so on, or like Rob was mentioning, 5s. If your worry is, the team dumping the coin, what's left to dump? I mean, it's like a sliver. Anyway.
I know Jesse's got something to say, but I got to say for the record, I feel attacked.
By what?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, about the Relio? Nah, I just use an example. You know what I mean? It's just like I politely, like I watch it like a hawk. But you do you're giving good knowledge and examples to your community. Like, hey guys, Relio, it could be a very good project, but understand, what is it? Not even 10%. I can't remember what it was, but you're right. They could do that. Watch it. Same could be applied to SHX Stronghold. I cover that as well. That's another thing that was mentioned. Anyway. But you don't see that with Jasmine because, where are we at, Rob? 99.87% or something like that? I can't remember.
They already dumped on us. You can't get dumped on anymore. Yeah, 40.
You're muted, Jesse. Sorry.
It's 48 billion 419 million. Yeah, so it's like 98%, something like that. 98.6. Sorry, Jess. Go ahead, man.
No, I don't have anything. I was just laughing at that.
You were laughing. I thought you were actually talking. My bad.
He's laughing at Max eviscerating me over my tokenomics speeches. That's fine.
Oh no, no. It's good to keep people informed. There's a lot of people that if a person is brand new, like there's a particular guy. He watches my show, and I'm trying to teach him some things, privately, and I'm trying to get him to understand some of these things. Like, if a person is brand new, they come into this stuff, they don't know necessarily like concepts of like where was that all-time highs. How about this? Everybody, there is some new people that are coming in. So for a person who just came in, they're like, well, Jasmy's all-time highs, is $5. In reality, Jasmy's all-time highs is what you saw back when we almost got to 3 cents. As far as the perspective of what, guys? Market cap, right? Difference between all-time highs in market cap and all-time highs as far as the coin, right? Let's go by the market cap because that is the bigger picture, and that's also a lot more appealing compared to where we were at with Jasmy at 499 with only, 1.5 billion tokens out of 50 billion, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially new people coming in don't always know that there are multiple factors that they should take into consideration when looking at, looking at a coin. Not just what the current price is, what the circulating supply is, what's the max supply and market cap, but also, like I said before, details matter. Why is only 10% of the supply in circulation, right? Because a lot of times there's a good reason and there's low risk, right? So just to sum that up, I always say, details matter, and uh, that's where doing research comes into play, right? So, but there are
Yeah.
two factors that I wanted to kind of make sure that we touched on today, and that is the first one obviously is the lockup. What did you guys take from that? Because everyone obviously is asking the same question to all of us. So they said 100 million tokens. Now, is this a monthly thing? Is this a one-time shot and then no more? Because like if they did, I think the math on it was if they did 100 million 100 million a month or something like that, they would have only locked up in a year something like 1.5% or something like that, right? So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What did you take from what Hara said in the AMA about it?
So, my personal view on this, the white paper is what, 4 or 5, however many years old, where they originally put that out. The idea in the white paper is businesses lock up. That's the white paper idea. Um, I think as they've gotten closer and closer to putting the chain out there in the actual wallet, that maybe that's a tougher sell or a harder thing to accomplish. And I think they're trying to offset it with like retail lockup, probably is kind of the way it comes across to me. I know in various discussions that people have had with Harasan, he's kind of said that temper your expectations. We're starting small, and then we'll move up from there. So does that mean they're going to lock up that exact same amount every month, or double that amount the following month, and double that after that? No. I don't think any of us really know where this goes in terms of the demand and what that actually looks like. But I think this is again the starting point.
I don't have a lot more to add to that, Rob. I feel pretty much close to how Jesse feels about that as well. Um, I also noticed Boomer in the comments, he was talking about, like a $2 Jasmy. The way I look at it is even without any lockup, right? Those examples from the AMA that Hara mentioned and so on. Yes, I mean, it's not even over the course of a year, it would be like, 1 point whatever percent that you use Rob, right? From a monthly perspective or just a one-time perspective, I mean, it's not even a half of a percent or whatever, right? It's really going to be insignificant. Back to the examples of, like, oh, Shiba Inu 1200% hyperburn or wherever the heck it is. Like, is it really going to put a dent into it? The answer would be no. But if they come out with strategic planning, which they clearly done, like with this partnership with Panasonic, right, is the timing of some of this stuff. Do they do more significant lockups, the amounts to time it based off of certain things? I'm still going to go with my original answer of, yeah. I honestly think that maybe they lock up more coins, and I'm not guaranteeing it because I obviously don't have, those type of connections to Hara and the management team and so on. And maybe even Hara technically does it. I don't know. But where the case be, I would imagine that especially with the Bitcoin halving, which by the way, if you go to the top of your screen, what does it say on it? I'm not on Coin Market Cap, but okay, I can pull it up. It says 20 days, right? So that should happen. By the way, I just want to state this: halving events is not based on just like, oh, it's a set date, right? You have to have so many, so many blocks have to be completed for that. So the estimate is that the Bitcoin halving, from what I've seen, is going to either happen between April 18th to the 20th. Okay. I personally think it'd be hilarious if it was on the 20th because let's just be honest, 420, right? People talk about getting high and going to, hopium and all that, right? Would you see meme coins called the 420 coin? I'm going to call it. I think you do. Right? So if the halving happens on 420, you're going to see the 420 coin. Just going to throw that out. I have nothing to do with that, but I'm just going to throw that out there. So my key thing is, again, strategically positioning themselves right? We had the example for a partnership. Why don't strategically position yourself for a halving? All right. Does that include way more, you know, more percentage of the tokens? I think the answer is yes. To me, that might stand out. But in reality, back to kind of like what Boomer was talking. I mean, he has a. What did Boomer say in the comments? He said something like $2 and so on. Yeah, he'll take it. Hopefully, this is a start. There's another comment from Boomer. I forgot what it was you mentioned in regards to the $2. But my point is, conservatively speaking, I used to have this at $1, right? Like a lot of other content creators, like, yeah, conservatively speaking, Jasmy $1. It's all about how long you hold it anyway. And then I leaned towards $2 because we came up with other deep dive content to support that, not just fluff. But that's without a burn, or without a burn. That's without a lockup. Any lockup at all, I have that. So lockup period to me is just gravy from there on out. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think we need Jesse to say no chance again, because last time, what happened last time, brother?
No chance, right?
Nah, it's all good.
It's like
Jesse.
the inverse Kramer going on.
Yeah. What I think really matters, even more so than the lockup idea, right? I mean, lockup is conceptual, and theoretically, it takes coins out of the supply. What I think would be even more bullish is simply just seeing that holder number go up, right? I mean, we're over, I think, 66,000 now. Like, what if we pass 100,000 this cycle? We start getting in those kind of numbers. That is an even more bullish case for the coin going up, at least in my view, than the lockup even.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of segues into the other thing I wanted to talk about, and I spoke with you briefly about this before, I think yesterday, Max. And that is now I don't know what you guys think about this. Maybe I'm overstating, maybe I'm understating, but I did a little bit of looking, and shout out to Little Bidman, because he shared a couple of things with me that really shows me some potential here where we could go with this, right? And it's that Jasmy's partnerships very clearly, as I'm looking at breadcrumbs, when they said their KPI goals of 107 million active PDL addresses, for example, right? Again, we go all the way back to strategic moves, right? Clearly, they put this number out with a plan in mind, right? And I think I'm starting to see what they're doing here in a more clear way. And it leads to their partnership with Panasonic, right? Their partnership with P2E. I know you guys, I don't know, Jesse, how much you know about that partnership. I haven't spoken to you about it yet, so I don't know if you followed it or what. But they quickly, they had granted basically access with this partnership to the PDL to 4 million users with their collaboration with, MOU, not a partnership, but an MOU, right, with P2E. And then their partnership with Panasonic, when Dip asked Hara after his roundabout answer, he summed it up with, because Dip asked Hara, how many users to the PDL is this going to grant access, right, based on this collaboration with Panasonic? And after a long-winded answer, he said 100K is what he's anticipating, right? So 100,000 people with access, users to the PDL, right? And then Little Bidman shared with me after that, he alluded to how many active users, which is 104 million active users since 2020 of the PlayStations, right, with the GPUs in them. And you connect all of these things, and you start to really see a breadcrumb trail of how they're strategically using these partnerships to deliberately grant user access in bulk to the PDL. And that's very clearly how they're planning on getting so many PDL active addresses going, right? It's starting to kind of lay out that way. If they do partner with Sony, with the GPUs on the PlayStations in people's homes, and it does grant them access to 104 million users, right, on top of the 100K for Panasonic, the 4 million with P2E, and that's just 3 partnerships. How many more partnerships are we going to see access to potential users for over the next couple of years. I don't know. Am I overstating this? Am I under, like, what do you guys think?
I think you're understating it. I don't think you're overstating it at all. It's a great way to look at it. That's just my personal belief, because I'm actually on par with you on that. No, this is not a real example, but that's the way I look at it. Yeah, I don't have nothing really more to add to it. So, Jesse?
I would simply say that Lil Bidman, giving credit to him, he's one of the best researchers in the entire community, hands down.
100% agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if he's coming to certain conclusions or heading in a certain direction, he's probably right. I would say. Now, is it going to be exactly how anybody thinks it'll look? Who knows, right? But I would, if I was going to bet money on somebody's research, it would be either him or Brian. So
yeah, Brian is killing it as well. I mean, I'm also glad to see some of the other old school guys that were covering, like when you were covering Jesse, saw Zippy kind of come out of the woodwork as well. Guys, can we all agree on this? We have such an awesome community of people. It's not just researchers, or people say YouTubers. We have, back to the whole thing, a research consortium, but it's a community. I mean, on the surface, if somebody didn't know jack diddly squat about Jasmy, they'd be like, that seems like a meme coin. But we're not a meme coin. But we have a community that has that thrill and excitement of a sense of community like a meme coin. But we beat the living hell out of the concept of the no utility meme coins. I don't mean any disrespect to some meme coins. There's some ones I like. I like Byte, So my thing is this: understanding you're getting that meme coin community feel, and that's awesome. And people consistently want to learn more about Jasmy. They want to see where this thing is going. Follow guys like, obviously, Jesse of KIR Finance, keeping it real finance, keeping it real since 1982. Max keeping it real since 1981. Rob Crypto Future keeping it real since
81.
All right. So 81 and 82. Yes. Yeah, we're old school up in the house, right? We remember back in the days of NES and Ataris and all that stuff, right? Anyway. Support the people in our space is what we're saying. So we really do appreciate you guys obviously being here. I see some of you guys in the comments: Chris Crypto Life, Robert, obviously, Jesse, Corey Bebe, Boomer F Sooner, Magic Power. Man, you make me so happy to see you again, man. It's been a long time since I've seen you on the live. I get it. I cover some things you might not agree with. That's probably what's happened with that. But you even being here means a lot, man. And then there's a lot of you other guys. You guys got great questions. You want us to cover what's going on with the AMA because it's on your mind. These comments that you guys mentioned in regards to April 1st, I am bullish on it. I don't know if it's going to be a case of buy the rumor, sell the news. It might not be anything. But understand this: the last couple times that we had an action that became a reaction was Hong Kong came out with this. Boom, that was the second biggest catalyst for Jasmy. Then the other news of, what was it, in regards to a bill becoming an act, big catalyst for Jasmy. Some people ask, why is that? It's because they already crossed their T's and dotted their I's. Being labeled the Bitcoin in Japan, all it really means is that they were the first regulatory compliant in Japan. So action, reaction, supply, demand. Could this be the next big thing that puts Jasmy over 3 cents? I don't know. It's not financial advice, but I follow it just as much as you guys. I'm sure you guys kind of wondering what's going to happen with that, right, Jesse, Rob?
Yeah, and something to kind of add on to that whole train of thought is none of us in this space have ever been paid by them 1 cent. Nobody.
No,
and that's really unique. It honestly really is, because especially there was a certain point in time there where, I know Rob and I have talked about this a couple of times. I know certain influencers that were charging 20, 30, 40,000, 50, $80,000 to talk about crypto projects. And there were projects that were paying amounts like that. So that kind of stuff did happen. But Jasmy has never done anything like that.
Is happening, not did happen.
True.
Right. Guys, all it is like, I always use this example. You know, like going to like a Chinese buffet. Don't get me wrong, there's some good Chinese buffets, right? But it's like, you know, am I going to? What's my preference, right? The actual like going to the Chinese restaurant and having it cooked for me, and the quality over quantity. They're talking about quantity as in quadrillions of tokens, Max. Is that where you're going with that? Maybe a little bit. You know what I mean? Massive burr, scam, right? Anyway.
Yeah, Jesse. Actually, to kind of piggyback off of that, I kind of that same individual we were talking about. I saw a little thing that he did the other day, and he's going to start, you know, putting spotlights on other YouTubers and their calls and stuff like that to shine light on the shady people in YouTube crypto. And I couldn't help but sit there and wonder to myself, well who's policing you, right? You're the biggest, worst of them all, and you're judging other people on your pedestal here, right? Like, what? You're gonna make a YouTube channel about judging other YouTube channels? This doesn't make any sense.
There's like a thing about what they call, like, you know, respect your fellow brethren, or there's a code of not going after other influencers. The only guy I ever joke around about is Crypto Hulk. I respect his research. I just think he's, you know, a little like, you know, he kind of does his own thing. You know, it's controversial, but as far as his research, he knocks it out of the park. As long as he focuses on the research, I don't have to listen to 20 minutes of a cough drop. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, that's the only guy I've ever mentioned. But I do have respect for him. I have nothing against him. He has awesome XRP content, but I do get it. You know, people have pointed out, like to the example you mentioned. Yeah, here's this guy sitting on his own pedestal and he goes after everybody. Why would you want to do that?
There's some good ones out there, though. To be honest, like when I was silent, just investing in XRP through most of the lawsuit, you know, I was watching guys, you know, John Deaton, for one example. He made his channel, and you know, he started covering it consistently on, I think, on Tuesdays or something like that. And you had there's a like Frank Chow was good. You know, very good at breaking down the legal content that came out from Meta Lawman and everything like that. And there are some really good ones out there, and they don't get enough credit and notoriety. You know, there's this guy KIR Finance puts out some real alpha, man. I'm telling you, right?
Thanks.
I saw you posted a video that I haven't watched yet, but I'm going to be watching it probably tonight, about the you know, the holy trinity going on there of Fetch AI, Singularity Net, and Ocean, I believe, right?
Yeah, since Max is on the call, refer to that as the Triforce.
Well, thanks. Just actually to give you the thanks, man. To give you a heads up, Jesse. Yeah. What I was gonna say is, so that, you know, at the beginning of the show we talked about the 7-hour show, 7-hour 6-minute show. To start off the outline, it mentions, with confirmation, believe it or not just speculation, with screenshots. It showed many years ago, Ocean Protocol reaching out to Quant, believe it or not, and then the other one was Fetch, and it was like that I got really into that, and then we had so much Quant info for that. Cause so I had another guy who, you know, originally was watching the show, as I would say, like student turned teacher, if you will, that I, you know, try to mentor. His name is Channing Harrell. If you guys are into quant, any of you guys are into quant, go to his channel, give him a sub. He covers quant like literally every day. How cool is that, right? Always support people in their space. So he was a special guest. He stayed on for like 6 hours. I said, you can leave whenever time you want. You don't have to go this full duration. And you want to talk about holding it, you know, like, man, did I ever hold it for 7 hours? My God. But anyway, I don't recommend that to anybody. It caused me to get dehydrated too. You know, it triggered my hay fever too. But anyway, we're not going to do that here. All right. At least I don't think so. But anyway,
no.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. At some point we got to go. But,
yeah, I've got to go soon. We've already passed
yeah.
3 hours.
No, I get that. So all I'm saying is, yeah, back to what you're talking about with your coverage. So I'm really excited to see your video, Jesse, talking about those things, because I even covered from a quant perspective. I mean, come on, man. I mean, Ocean's a solid project. Fetch is very, very underrated as well. And Yeah, it was literally reaching out to the quant network years ago, many years ago. Anybody's welcome to take a look into that if you just think it's a bunch of BS. It's in our video catalog section. Anyway, back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I can't wait for Jesse's video. I got a whole crap load of AGIX and Fetch AI a year and a half ago, and it just sat
Nice.
on it. So very, very excited about it. I think Render's another one of those AI plays can be good. But yes, looking forward to that, man. Last time I was on Max's channel there, I think we went for what, 4 hours, something like that. A lot of H bar content, stuff like that. So
Yeah, we did Jasmy H-bar, and then we did that thing about Dr. Lehman Baird indirectly explains something that Jasmy already did. Remember we chopped that
yeah,
up? That was really cool. It was
yeah,
it was talking about H-bar and Pith or
yeah,
Hedarian Pith, and then it was just like, don't get me wrong, Lehman Baird is amazing, right? Like he's one of the smartest guys out there. He's a scientist, and I hold a Hedera H-bar and so on. I have Saucer Swap and some of these other ones, BSL. But it was just like we both agreed, Rob. It's just like, holy cow, he just indirectly explained what Jasmy is currently doing. And I was like, let's just go ahead and chop that sucker up. Did well. It was well received. People liked it. So anyway.
yeah. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny at that time where it was like, so Jasmy does this amazing thing over here, and Jasmy's a scam, right? And it doesn't. It's who cares? It's nothing. H bar does the exact same thing, and it's the most bullish thing in the world, right? And
Right.
everybody,
It's just a narrative. I mean, that's not fun against H bar. I just want people to, I want to state that. I mean, I hold H bar and quite a few coins part of the ecosystem. Same with you guys or whatever, right? But yes, yeah, this is fine because it's Lehman Bears saying it, but this isn't fine because it's Jasmy. Give me a break.
yeah, no, me too. I hold H bar is probably in my top 5 of largest holdings. Definitely a great project for sure. But
Nice.
yeah,
Yeah, I actually hold more of the ecosystem than native token. I didn't reach all my goals for the native token H bar, but it's it's the way it is. You can't really own everything and hit all the goals, everything you want to do. Some people do,
they're
but
not.
I'm not one of those guys.
Can't catch them all.
Like Pokemon. Oh yeah.
I've been doing deeper dives recently into actually the Polkadot ecosystem. I'm big into I like Astar and I like Moonbeam Glimmer. So I'm kind of trying to expand off of that. So
Yeah, A-Star and Moonbeam are pretty solid, but anyway.
yeah, I know Jesse's. You're a fan of the Polkadot ecosystem, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been one for quite a long time. The guy behind it was pretty much outside of Vitalik, the main guy behind Ethereum's success. So it's kind of like if he could take that same magic to his own project. A lot of the kind of dev type people, the real techie ones, really like Polkadot. But the flip side of that is it can be kind of a inclusive thing that people on the outside sort of see as like a barrier almost, so there's kind of two sides to it, but it's pretty neat, and there's a lot of really good projects out there that are on Polkadot. Absolutely.
All right, well, I'll shoot both of you guys a private message. We got that group chat going now. Shout out again, to guys, to a couple of people who kind of helped provide some of the data and stuff. Little Bidman, obviously, Brian, right? Anybody else you guys want to give shout outs to?
Definitely Dip Metaverse.
Yes, Dip Metaverse, exactly. Yes, he asked some very crucial questions in the at the end there. He got 3 in, and I was just like, thank God for Dip, right? Because the other ones were not going very well, right? So shout out to him for that, getting a couple of answers at least. And again, credit to Hara. So again, apologize, guys. Something clearly came up with Spencer out of his control. I know that if he could have been here, he would have. I've been talking to him for over a month about it, and he's been nothing but excited. So clearly something came up. But we'll get him back on. Did you guys want to field a couple of questions before we wrap it up, or what do you guys? Do you have time? I don't know.
I mean, I could stay for a little bit. I respect that. I think Jesse needs to get going.
Yeah, I kind of got to get going. But I would say, yet again, thanks for having me. Always great to collaborate. It's nice to be on with other people who are passionate about this same topic. clearly, Max, I think you kind of take it to another level on some of these things in your deep dive. So it's always cool to be on here with you. And obviously, Rob, you and I talking on here, I kind of feel like we're on like a radio show or something. So it's
Yeah, we've missed a little bit. We got to reconnect and do a little more. So
yeah. I mean, how it is. I mean, every day there's something that you get sucked into, tied up in, whatever. And along those same lines, I've got things today that now it's like I got to get to, so
life gets in the way, man. But we'll get back to the Rob and Jesse show.
Yeah, absolutely. So
more
anyway,
than-
great to collaborate with you guys, and
too,
whenever
man.
you want to schedule another one, I'll try to get on.
Yeah, we got the group chat going, so I'll send you guys a message. We'll try to get another one going, as soon as it lines up with all of our schedules and stuff. So thanks for coming, Jesse. I appreciate you as always, brother. I look forward to breakfast.
Jesse, thanks again, man. It was an honor to be on with you again, and appreciate your feedback. Thanks, man.
Excellent.
Looking forward to your video, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right.
No problem.
See you guys. See everybody in the chat.
Adios.
Let's field some of these questions, brother.
Actually, you got a super chat that came in from Sergio Davila. We'll get into some of you guys' other comments here in a bit, but we got to recognize that.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you for the support, brother. Guys, it's awesome. It's really, I say this all the time. Every time I get a super chat in the streams, I say, you know what? It's awesome that you guys support kind of what we do as a community. And, this kind of stuff just, shows us that people care about, knowing more and the work that we put in and stuff like that. So it's really greatly appreciated, man. Says, thank you for the time and research. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Again, thank you for supporting all of us and the channel and, and Jasmy even, and the community. So absolutely. So we'll go back and look at some of these questions.
Yeah, I did notice some questions.
Yeah.
For me. Hi, Max. What's your conservative price for Jasmy and Swiftcoin this bull run in worst case? So for me, I know that, like I said, it's not financial advice, but you're obviously asking me a question, all right? So like, what would I tell some of my friends? I'll tell you something to you, right? So it used to be for me when it came to Jasmy, conservatively speaking, we could talk about 1787 KPI targets all day long, right? It's a little bit of hopium, I get that. But if you missed that part at the beginning of the show, that was labeled as being conservative. Now, I got to reevaluate some things, okay? And I will. That's something I'm going to work on more to get more, wrap my head around that a little bit more. I'm going to reach out to Brian, believe it or not, Rob, and get that a little bit more. But to answer your question, I've gone from your typical norm of content creators that most content creators have hopped on the bandwagon, nothing against them, of $1 conservatively speaking for Jasmy. For me, with some of my recent deep dives, I showed how we conservatively get to $2. Okay, I haven't had a chance to chop up those videos because they're from the live. You'll see that. So that's where it's at for Jasmy. As far as what particular year, I'm gonna say I'm gonna lean towards like end of 2025 going into 2026, conservatively speaking, and that is honestly being conservatively speaking. So
especially after what we got from Brian this morning.
Yeah, it's like lowballing the living hell out of it. And I get it, there's factors that could destroy all this. I mean, especially with all the doom and gloom in the world, like people are like, my God, we might not even make it to the summertime with, the crazy evil people in the world wanting to do stuff with nukes or whatever the case be. Hey, I cannot, like even back in the days of the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, I agree that this day and age is probably a lot worse, but it's kind of like back to the stories my dad used to tell me. So it's like, you're going to live in fear. We still have to go on with our lives. Yeah, we could be informed. Anyway,
100%.
as long as the world doesn't blow up, that's what I see happening, right? Swiftcoin, to answer your question, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Soheil. For me, bull run, I'm going to say also height of the bull run, $1 for Swiftcoin. I know that Rob is like 50 cents and so I respect that, but my thing is incredibly lower supply compared to XRP. 1/10 the supply of XRP. And this is Chinese XRP, in my opinion. So that has a tremendous amount of value. It hasn't had a true bull run yet. Everything that we've been talking about recently when it comes to like this gentleman, Tim Draper, my God, one of the most underrated, non-talked about people in this space. When it comes to, like, especially when VC funding and stuff like that, the Swift blockchain in itself is very undervalued, um, like unknown to a sense. Like maybe it's crypto's best kept secret. I don't know, but there's value in that. So I have Swift coin honestly at the height of the bull run $1 or more, and it might be a case where a lot of us we sold too soon on that particular one too, because they are looking to disrupt and provide a utility for a big region of that area as well, right? Southeast Asia and so on. So I will also have to reevaluate that later on down the road. But as it stands, $1 Swift coin, height of the bull run, which I think is going to be late 2025, right? Like going to late November, early December 2025, and then of course $2 for Jasmy, and that's being conservative. That's not moon talk. That's just me being conservative. You ask my opinion, there's my opinion.
For the record, my target is actually $1 plus for Swift. What I said was I plan on starting to lather my way out around 40 to 50 cents.
Okay,
right?
That's cool. You got a plan. Yeah, have a plan.
So, but I do have a similar target to you. I just see people in the last bull run, and I'll use Dogecoin as a perfect example of it. That psychological level of $1 hits like 72 cents, and then everyone gets wrecked because they're waiting for $1, right? So for me, I'll take 10% out between 40 and 50 cents. That way I've got some profits and just continue as we go between 50 and 60, 70, 80, and just lather my way out instead of trying to rat race it at $1 and sell 1 million coins at $1, right?
That's a good point. This was another really moment. Damn you, Tom Cruise! I had said this. No, I'm kidding.
What do we got here, guys? Can you please break down the carbon credits exchange? What is it exactly? To sum it up in my understanding as quick as I can is think about it as an exchange where you have companies who have larger carbon footprints than others, and the companies who have smaller carbon footprints can sell their carbon credits, exchange them to companies who want to use a bigger carbon footprint, so to speak, right? It's an exchange of basically carbon tokens, so to speak, I guess. Well, does that sum it up properly, Max? What do you think?
It does sum it up. Back to the whole thing what we talked about, Rob and I, with what was it? When we did the Pith, it was Pith, Hedera and Pith. Okay, so we talked about also. I don't know if it was on that particular site. Maybe it was actually, right? We talked a little bit about the whole carbon consortium and all that. So Hedera obviously is big on carbon credits and the exchange of value on that and so on. And they're probably the greenest of all them in Algo, greenest of all DLT based projects out there. As we know, Hedera is not a blockchain, it's a distributed ledger technology, the hash graph consensus algorithm, right? So my thing is recognizing that Jasmy brings a lot of value even to that. If you want to expand upon your knowledge and understanding of it, I've done some deep dives about that. Don't want to spend like an hour to get into that again, but it's in my catalog section. You can go to my channel if you want. This is Maximus Crypto, and I get a lot into that numerous times. I think I've done 3 or 4 videos on it. Or if you don't want that, you just want the quick version, like a Google search, just type in Jasmy. And as I would joke around about, the Rice Crop Consortium, but really just type in Jasmy Rice Crop Consortium. A whole bunch of information comes up about that and explains it in detail. So,
do you expect a much bigger influx of Japanese money into crypto from April 1st with their new tax laws? Could Jasmy benefit the most from this? What I would say is, again, always try to temper expectations. And yes, I do expect over time a larger influx of smarter money coming into crypto because of these tax benefits of not having to pay tax on unrealized profits. Yes, but it's not going to be, by April 3rd, the prices are way up. So, patience would be key on that, I suppose, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Let me see what other questions we got. And it's the same thing with, that I cautioned people about with the bill they're trying to pass to allow VCs to buy into crypto and stuff like that in the first place. We talked about that, I think, in February, and I said, guys, it's going to be a few months. Government moves slow. It's going to take a few months for that to actually pass, and then it's going to take more time for these smart money individuals to, or whatever individuals we'll call them, to actually start to take that step, right? Nothing in the big business and big money is instant, I guess, is how you should really look at it, right? Always zoom out is what I would say there.
Yeah. When in doubt, zoom out, eh?
Yeah.
I had to throw in the A, I got it, man. I love, that's not me making fun. I actually love, the accents from people from Canada, especially like you mentioned Duluth. Remember you said you did some wrestling over there, you know what I mean? The Duluth, Minnesota. You got to talk about, what's this guy's name, the former governor of Minnesota / wrestler, Jesse the Body Ventura.
Yeah.
You ever notice he doesn't call it Minnesota?
Yeah, I know.
Back when I was governor of Minnesota, Shoda.
Shoda, yeah.
Yeah, it's like an H. Anyway.
Speaking of which, you said you had some sort of thing that you wanted to show me about wrestling, in regards to wrestling.
Oh my God, I forgot to share that when Jesse was here. Oh yeah, because we know what happened is last night. I told you, I said, all right, yeah, I'm gonna have to get up early because I can't stay out late and whatever. And ironically, my friend calls me up from, he calls me twice on the live show, and I sent him a text last night, and I was like, listen, I'll give you a call when the show's over. And then so he wanted to get together and do dinner. So we went to like this late night like taco stand. We call it like old school Taco Bell. This is like a Taco Bell. It's a place that was a Taco Bell back in the 60s, and it's all lit up like a Christmas tree. And it was like, anyway, late night Mexican food. And then we got to talking and catching up and so on. And next thing I know, I get home and then I'm like, oh my God, it's like almost 5 a.m. Like I normally don't stay up. Yeah. And I'm like, I have this thing with you. And then I set my alarm. And then like I was the earliest with probably the least amount of sleep. What the heck? So it's all good. It's all good. But anyway, yeah, I have that. Give me a chance to pull it up. It's good stuff. You want to see that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's gonna be kind of hilarious, but anyway.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. One thing I noticed, you've mentioned WrestleMania a few times, and I know you're referencing it into kind of longer streams or something like that. I'm guessing is your reference. But then I was gonna say, you know what, man? We should stream we should stream a reaction stream to WrestleMania. It's coming up.
Oh yeah, some people pointed that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Let me see if I can pull this up.
What else do we got? See what's going on in the meantime. Yeah, I don't know what happened with Spencer there. I know I told him that it was today, and he confirmed with me. So something must have happened because, like I said, Spencer has been messaging me about it for over a month. Very, very excited about it. So I hope that everything's okay with him. And I will touch base with him soon.
Right.
Get it figured out. So
it's all good. I understand. I'm just kind of going through this history to find it.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's see.
I'll read some stuff to you while you're doing that. It says, Max, I appreciate I appreciate it. Yes, I pronounced my name. You pronounced my name correctly. So all prices you gave is no lockup happens. Yeah, that's basically,
Yeah, I just think the rest it's just gravy from there, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I get it. I always try to be careful with that because there's always going to be somebody like you're asking me that and telling you not financial advice. It goes to everybody. There'll always be that one Yahoo. No offense to anybody, who'll be like, on March 30th of 2024, Filipino Ice Cube told me That's what some of these guys call me. Filipino Ice Cube told me that Jasmine would go to $2 and it didn't do it. And, my God, yes, there was 4 nuclear bombs went off across the world and we're all living in, bomb shelters. But that guy told me $2 to Jasmine. And it didn't happen because, what the heck, Anyway.
I did that last month. I did there was a video I did because I like to stream the charts. I know you stream the XRP chart, so I stream the Jasmy chart sometimes at night. And I said, like, look, based on the charts, we could see a breakout of Jasmy to 3 cents. But I always say, like, look, this is what's possible. But then I also say this is also what's possible. If it goes down, then this is where it could go, right? So I said, actually, Jasmy could potentially go to 3 cents. And I wake up in the morning and Bitcoin had a major crash overnight. So obviously pulled down the whole market, right? And this guy in the comments, well, hey, man, you said 3 cents. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, my crystal ball wasn't working properly, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just, I have to be, the way I look at it, you gotta be really careful with that. Like the other night, I had this guy, he says, he's just like, what the heck does, what was it, I don't know, something I was talking about, Hansha or something like that. He's like, what the heck does this have to do with Jasmy? And I'm like, what does my title say? It says literally, Jasmy, $17 KPI. How do we get to that by 2026? Then the next title, Stellar segment with whatever that is, right? About that news. Then the last part about SHX news 2024. It's like, people can't read, apparently, you know what I mean? So instead of getting mad at the guy, I just said, you know what, God bless you, whatever you're going through, pray for you, whatever the case be. I'm not gonna lash out at the guy, but am I thinking all that stuff? It's just, I don't know what to do anymore when it comes to some of these people. So, he was kind of cussing me out and stuff, and some people deleted the comments, but it was just like, all I can do nowadays is to combat that with kindness. Because then at least I have something. Nobody knows how to handle that. You know what I mean? Think about it. You're out in rush hour traffic and somebody's cussing you out something fierce. And you're like, yeah, let's go. And you throw kindness back at them? Like, whoa. That's better than a round kick head, kick to the face, right? Like, whoa. Well, I wasn't expecting that. So it's a different stance. And I know I'm different like that, but my pastor years ago had a guy in rush hour traffic just going crazy at him. Then went to the parking lot of the Fred Meyers. Fred Meyers is part of the Kroger brand in Portland, Oregon. He comes into the parking lot. He's all mad at my pastor and so on, like, you SOB, F this, F that, and so on. And all my pastor did is look at him in the face. He said, you know what? You're right. I should have done a little bit better job with my driving. I made a mistake. I really do apologize for that. And if anything, I'm really sorry about how angry you are with that, and I'll pray for you. And the guy just looked at my pastor like a deer in the headlight and just didn't know what to do. That's better than a round kick to the freaking face, right? Easter Sunday's tomorrow. We could all be nicer to everybody, right? Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I woke up this morning. I know what you mean. Sometimes I can you wake up and you wake up to a comment. And somebody actually this morning, I woke up to one, and the person, it was about the Panasonic partnership with Jasmy. And the person was saying, listen, I have seen nothing about Panasonic saying anything about this. So this is all a lie. This is just Jasmy saying this. Panasonic has made no announcements. I literally did a live stream yesterday where I pulled it up because Jesse shared it on his X page. So I went over there and I showed the Panasonic website, and they made the announcement on the Panasonic website, and I literally in the stream, and I showed everybody, and I'm like, I tried to respond with like, okay, please go watch the stream I did yesterday, right? And you'll see. It's like, send me the link. I'm like, at that point, I just woke up. I'm hangry, right? And I'm just like, bro, like, you're so lazy. Like, Google Panasonic's website and go look for yourself. Why do I have to do it for you? And then they followed up with like, well, I'm not seeing anything about a Panasonic Jasmy partnership anywhere. And I'm just like, you must not be on X, first of all. You must not be, because it's literally everywhere on X right now, right? So again, like you said, man, all I can do is say, go do your research. I'll pray for you. And it's like, because
Yeah, you just gotta go to the Lord sometimes, man. That's all you could do. You know what I mean?
take the wheel.
It is what it is, and it's so, I don't know, some of these guys, but yeah, I'm glad that you at least showed it from the Panasonic site, and it's just like, I guess my Google skills are better than yours. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Like it's literally, I haven't been able to go on X for the last week and not see another article from somewhere else about the Panasonic Sony partnership or Panasonic Jasmy partnership, right?
Yeah.
Like it's literally pasted everywhere you look. So,
Yeah, it's like, okay, buddy, what are you using? Are you even using Google?
Yeah.
Well, been using Ask Jeeves. I'm on Windows 98. There's your problem. Ask Jeeves. Wow. How old is your computer? Well, I had Jimbo Bob came over last week and he just upgraded to Windows 98 second edition. How is that even working with your computer right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about this coin called Squid Coin. All right, there's your problem right there. We're done. Squid Coin? Yeah. That's what you're invested in? Oh my God.
Oh man. Beebs. Good old Beebs. Did you find that yet? You're still looking.
I have it. But we'll read this real quick. But I do have it. Hold on. This guy in the comments says extreme embarrassment at this particular point. This is not embarrassment, but all right, hold on a second. So 8, let me go back. I want to get to the, yeah, this is good stuff. So, I'm trying to figure out how long I want to play of this.
I don't see that comment anywhere.
I'm just going to do it right
there. Haters going to hate, ain'ters going to ain't, right?
Yeah. I got it ready, but let's read some of this. Okay, so I'm sorry, Corey Bibe, in the classic Corey Bibe voice, right? Max, since you are giving price points for Squid Chinese XRP, where do you see my beloved Stellar XLM? Jeez, hold on for a second, right? I can't believe you never heard me say this. So I know it's crazy. I am one of those guys, and I know that people think I'm nuts for this. I don't really care. I have the right to express my opinion. This whole threat on influencers that we're not allowed to have freedom of thought is ridiculous. But super long term, I do believe that the ISO coins run, as far as it being 2025, I don't know. But maybe by 2030 and stuff like that, if XRP goes to 10,000, which I believe XRP has to have a high value to move all that, then Stellar is definitely part of the mix. As far as what it would be, I'm going to lean towards it, like 5,000 to 6,000 per XRP at the very, very high end of it. The World Bank references both Stellar and XRP, and they even had a reference about Quant, but not as a stablecoin, as stable coins, high stable value, not pegged to $1. And those are the only two that they list. And if you don't believe me, go look into their last, was it 2022 and 2023 in those PDFs from the World Bank on those reports. I'm not making it up. Look it up for yourself. That's the way I look at it. It's an extremely underrated value or project, that sits around these price targets. I still am a firm believer that when Sorbonne goes live, that's going to put a dent into domination of Ethereum smart contracts and even Solana. Solana, if you think about why it's done so well, is because they are a direct rival of Ethereum. What does Solana have? Smart contracts. You could do just as much on Solana compared to you can on Ethereum, but instead of dealing with old tech, a little more modern, I understand their network goes down a little bit. You ever notice why Bonk did so well? How about this? You talk about networks going down. Why in the world would Helium, which is partnering with T-Mobile, choose to go with Solana? Anybody want to talk about that? Helium's done extremely well last bull market and starting to do some things. I hold some Helium right now, right? I think you talked about the reward token, mobile, right? So, yeah, it's the disruptors, the competitors, and so on. So Solana does about 5 to 10% of all smart contracts, and last I saw, I think it's Ethereum does 25 to 30% of all smart contracts that are in the space of blockchain. Then Stellar to enter into the mix. So Stellar with USDC on the report, 10 million in stable coins could be moved for the price of 0.5001. That doesn't mean that they're the fastest. It means that they're the least expensive. But they also they're significantly faster than Ethereum. Sorbonne is their smart contract plug. That has tremendous value. You know me, Beebs. I talked about all this stuff. So I think that's going to be a positive catalyst. Is it possible that nothing really happens from the start of when that launches fully? Yeah. But after we get some more projects doing things with the utility of motion on these smart contracts, all it takes is a handful of the 140 or so. It's either 140 or 160 of those projects that are going to the ecosystem. They're going to pop. Good God, Stellar is going to get sent. It's just a matter of time. Consider it a blessing in disguise that you still have a chance to accumulate during this phase that we're in before market.
Yeah, my short-term target for XLM is $1 minimum. Short term, right? For sure. Before all this stuff kicks in, $1 on its own, no problem. So
I'm not selling Stellar at $1. I mean, I look at there's ones. I know it sounds unpopular to say this because you see influencers that are like, don't marry your crypto. There's some you do depending on your portfolio. I have over 50
for a reason.
Yeah, I have over like 55, 50. This is not a comparing contest, but I'm in about 56, something like that, different projects. Mm-hmm. So Stellar, XRP, Quant, maybe even Jasmy, you know what I mean? I mean, I would take profits at some point, but my point is like, there's ones that's really a long-term hold or borderline marrying it, depending on, what kind of annual percentage rate or yield I can get on it for passive income. Yeah, Stellar is definitely up there with that mix. So, and that was a long explanation, Max. What the heck?
Scam.
But anyway, go ahead. There's a few more questions, and then we'll get into the highlight you've been waiting for. Rob Mass, aka Crypto Future 99, do some intense body slams. Interesting.
What do we got? $1,000 Bitcoin or $1,000 worth of Jasmy. Well, that's up to you, my friend. I can't tell you how to spend your money. So what I would tell you, though, is to compare the return on investment on both of those projects and make a decision for yourself over which one's going to bring you greater value in the short term. To Max.
Oh, you want me to read it? Okay.
Sorry. I thought you were.
Oh, it's all right. It's like I have to read. I'm a guest on your show. I read so much on my show. And you want me to read more on your show? I've already gone 3 hours. It's 3 hours 46 minutes. You want me to read some more? Scam. Anyway, get it. All right, to Max. Why and how is Swift the XRP of China? Is this use case related? Hold on, isn't you just making this claim or others making this also? Okay, so can we do this? Let me just do this, okay? I'll give you your answer. Instead of, I don't do fluff, first of all. Here's what you need to do. You go to my channel, okay? This is my channel. You go here, you scroll down to the section, it says Swift Coin, introducing the Swift Coin, a deep dive. It's only 36 minutes. Maybe you think that's too long. Me and this guy, who is Rue Black, okay? We get into all the dynamics of that claim of, Chinese XRP, okay? So it's not just me making the claim, okay? It's also him making the claim. It's the Underdog Research Channel making that claim. It's providing you evidence to support those claims. Now, maybe you don't know me, and that's okay. Nice to meet you, Mansa Musa, if I'm pronouncing that right. My content on my channel is to say, here's the claim that I'm making. Here's the reasons why. I do deep dive content. That's what makes my channel stand out. I get into all the nitty gritty. I connect this with that, and this with intense deep dive research and to back it up. So if I make that claim, I back it up. I'd rather you just see it for yourself instead of me doing another spiel over here, because that's why we do those things, right? So check out the channel if you wish to do so. It's over here. I know I just giving myself a plug, but anyway, you can follow me if you want. Maximus Crypto 2690. I do have a follow-up in regards to that intro. So there's a follow-up on Rue Black's channel. You can be followed at Rue Black, RUEBLACK, BLACK. There's tremendous whale activity that's happening in Swiftcoin. There's a guy, like I said, his name is Tim Draper. And what they're looking like, all the list of coins for, on and off chain swaps. You want to talk about bridge assets, everything that's outlined solidifies like, yeah, this sounds like the Chinese version of XRP, but you got to watch it. Understand the perspective. We give you slides, visuals, presentations, the whole 9 yards. Then, of course, there's an update. If you go to the channel, you'll see a little bit more about some of the whale activity, amounts, tremendous, huge amounts being moved, right? Investors coming into Swift. And then our most recent one that we did on, was it 18 hours ago, Swift and Jasmy Bombshell, the connections, the common ground connections is Mizuho Bank. And then we get into all the details about that. So if you want the chopped up version, you're going to have to give me time on that one because, I have a lot to catch up to do. I mean, I got to chop up the one of me and Tokenizer and so on. But anyway, that's my channel over here. I could be followed on X. And I cover, a lot of stuff that also Rob covers, obviously Jasmy and so on. I'm going to have a deep dive about KASPA next week. So, yeah, I just gave myself a plug. What the heck? Well, that's the least I could do, right? For being here for almost 4 hours. Scam, right? Anyway. Oh, you're muted.
I know Sun is Hot has been posting your guys' links in the chat throughout the stream as well. So,
if you have a few more questions, I mean, you can answer them, or whenever you're ready for the human highlight reel of body slams.
Best team. Thanks for the information, Beebs. Again, I heard that conversation.
Hey, Light. Thanks for being here, man.
Plan on holding half my ISO coins. Yeah, they're all good in my opinion. I hold a bulk of them too, like HBAR, Algo, XRP, XLM. Quant definitely.
All right. Can you do me a favor? Can you highlight this comment? There's more to get through, but can you highlight Mansa Musa's comment? He says, I seen that video, but didn't see the connections to XRP. No connections. Let's just state this. No connections to XRP is an analogy. Okay. So like Conflux is called Chinese Matic. Does that mean Conflux has a connection to Polygon Matic? No. It's just a label. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's like
Swiftcoin. Yeah.
It's like saying Dogecoin is the Bitcoin of meme coins, right? It's a comparison.
Or Shiba Inu is the Doge killer. I mean, it doesn't mean literally it is. It's just an analogy. That's all it is. So anyway,
I'm around $1 personally by the end of this year, hoping. I found the Underdog Research channel recently. The dude is absolutely hilarious. I recommend him. He does awesome DD and really helps. Yes, I discovered him from Max's channel. I gave him a sub too. Definitely, you guys should shoot him a sub and watch his.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't cut you off, bro. Sorry about that.
I was finished.
So, yeah, but I hate doing that. So Underdog Research channel. Last night I was talking to Rue Black, after the stream ended, and I was asking a little bit more about Underdog, and I said, this guy speaks really well. Does he have like a communications degree? You know what I mean? Like, how you and Jesse were talking about, like, radio, right? So I was like, this guy he speaks really well, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like his timing, he doesn't ever stutter. Like even myself, not say I stutter, but sometimes like, you might say the same thing twice, or, you say or whatever, right? There's things that we got to improve our craft. I'm guilty of that, right? But with him, it's just like, it just flows really well. And I was like, yeah, he must have like a communications background or degree in it. So Rue said, no. He says, he's like, I was like, but he does amazing, like, deep dive research. He really gets into it. He's like, want to know why? He is involved for a living in forensic science. I don't know if he's a forensic scientist, but he works in forensics. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? That's super impressive. So anyway.
That's awesome. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Rob Max is doing a deep dive on KASPA this week, I believe. I absolutely love that.
We're still into this week, peeps. Next week. This week's scam. Yeah.
Beebs is drunk. It's the weekend.
There you go. Sorry, are you ready for that video?
Bring it on, buddy. Bring it on.
All right. So let's do something kind of. This is me back in my days of improv. Right? You ready for it? This is just for you, my friend. Okay. And in this corner, the undisputed, undefeated heavyweight wrestling champion of the world, Mr. Crypto Future 99, aka Rob Mass, is going to be showed in this clip. So put your hands together for the one and only Crypto Future 99. All right, let's go ahead and share this. So let's go ahead and pull this up. Yes. Oh, does this ring a bell?
Oh,
remember this. Okay. All right. So a little disclaimer, everybody. All right. You may take a little bit of offense to this. No offense, get over yourself. Anyway, politely speaking, it's not that bad. All right. It was kind of funny what was pointed out here by a member of whoever uploaded this from the Canadian Wrestling, whatever it was, Elite's channel, because he highlights a timestamp. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my God. You know, so Rob, do you know where I'm going with this, or you just want me to go ahead and play it?
Just go ahead and play it. I wrestled lots of matches, brother. So,
all right, this is cool. And by the way, man, that was awesome that you were a retired professional wrestler, man. So cool. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play this. This is for all the fans of Rob. You know, so Rob is on the top left area so far. All right, let's go ahead and play this. We're only gonna play like maybe like a minute and a half. You'll see the part I'm talking about where it's like, wow. All right, here we go.
Comes back. Oh, right to the jaw. Danny dug it off the ropes, comes back. Oh, the full weight.
It's that big senton.
Hooks that leg. 1, 2.
Oh, no. Come on, guys.
A little tag team misstep for the team of Rob Stardom and Kevin Cannon.
Oh, no.
And deposits each man on top of each other. That'll be a funny situation if the referee counted a 3 on Kevin Cannon.
This is not going to go well.
And look at this! Both men! And a bit of a squish, if you will. 1, 2, and Rob Stardom's still in the ring. Danny Duggan looked more annoyed than hurt at that one.
Yeah, and he's about to lay into Kevin Cannon here.
Yeah, Kevin Cannon.
I know where we're going.
There's no love lost between myself and Kevin Cannon. And I don't mind when I get an extra couple of shots once in a while.
He doesn't deserve this state. What has he ever done to anybody?
He's sneaky.
There's nothing wrong with being...
He's despicable.
Nothing wrong with being sneaky.
He's very sneaky. And look at this. Ducks.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's piled up.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Get him.
Couple kicks to the midsection. Rob Mass is in there. All 4 men in the ring. Referee showing some latitude. Kevin Cannon hung up.
No.
And here comes Rob Stark. Oh, my.
Here it comes, right here. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. A meeting of the minds.
Are they thinking what I think they're thinking?
Both men to the outside.
Good, no. No, cover up. Cover up.
Oh, God.
The fans are loving this, but Kevin Cannon is not. Rob Mass and Hotshot Danny Duggan doing a bit of number on the Cannon clan.
No, a number. Yeah, I got a number for you. Look at this. Oh,
fans, we've got to take a quick break. Tag team action continues when we come back.
Rob is like, yeah, man. And you're all pulling, yeah, let's go. Back then, you're like, let's go.
Let's go. Good times, man. Good times. Is this real? Is this real?
That looked pretty real to me. I mean,
yeah, the good old days. The good old days. Yeah, yeah. Good times, man. I was actually considering lately. I was talking to a friend of mine because he wants to start actually a channel, a YouTube channel for sneakers. He's a sneaker enthusiast. He has just hundreds of sets of like Nike Jordans and stuff. And he called me the other day and he's like, you know, I want to make a channel about sneakers. What do you think? I said, well, if you're passionate about it, you'll find an audience that you know will feel the same way, right? Anyway, I told him, I was actually considering, because I have a lot of friends who are promoters, run a lot of shows in the area still and stuff. And I was like, you know, I should probably start a second channel where I just go down to the promotions backstage and I talk with some of the guys and I kind of show what happens behind the scenes and you know what I mean? Like how these shows kind of happen. And like I got a friend that's got a promotion going this week, and they got Mr. Anderson from the WWE is going to be on, and I was like, I should go talk to him and put it on the channel and just kind of talk to some of the bigger names in the industry and just kind of
Heck yeah, man.
I think it would be pretty fun. Yeah, those are the good old days, though, brother. Those are the good old days. Let me tell you, jacked and fanny packed.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about Jesse the Body Ventura back in the day, right? It's just like you were pretty like, wow, man. Yeah.
Yeah, about 275 pounds.
it's
That's
just,
awesome that you found that.
Yeah, I did because I was looking up. I was like Rob Mass, wrestling, and then that came up like one of the top ones. And then I clicked on it, and I was like, watch it. And then I saw that comment. I'm like, oh, what's this? So, but yeah, I mean, you're, kind of like Jack, like Arnold to a sense back in those days, and I know you got the Canadian accent, which is cool. But can you imagine, guys, if Rob was like from Austria? That would have been something. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, coming out here, just like, do it, Max. I want you to pull up the old research. Do it now. I'm in the corner. I'm going to body slam this guy, and you pick him up, and then like body slam him down, and recognize Edward Vincent in the comments, and Mr. Blair, and all these people. Go out and buy a personal data locker.
What are you waiting for?
What you waiting for? All right.
Oh shit! All right, buddy, we're getting crazy. Look at this. Would you fight the 1997 Undertaker? Hell no. He's probably pretty stiff back then.
Did you ever actually meet some of these guys though? Like, do you ever see Undertaker in person by any chance?
Oh, I got tons of stories for you, man. Tons.
Oh, nice.
One time
I know he's really tall. That's what I heard.
Oh yeah, I was doing one show, and we actually had the Road Dogg and Billy Gunn from their DX days in the show. And I was sitting in the DJ booth, where they play the entrance music, because you always find a good spot to kind of watch the matches. And I didn't realize my match was coming up next, kind of thing, right? So halfway through the match, I'm like, oh, I'm not even changed. So I start running to the locker room. I head to the locker room, and Billy Gunn is on the other end of the other side of the door. And I just, boom, I kick that door open, and I go flying into the locker room. I nail Billy Gunn right in the back with the door, right?
Oh, my God.
And he's just, so he hits the counter, and he falls on the ground, and he's like, oh, and he's just, he's like, oh, my back, my God, he's going. And I'm like, oh, my God. Did I just take him out before the main event kind of thing, right? And after about a minute of him giving me a heart attack, he pops up and goes, I'm just fucking with you, man. And I'm like, holy crap. He looks at me and goes, hey, that's what I do.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You're trying to make it real. But then again, it is real, everybody.
Yeah,
it's wrong
100%.
100% real, not a scam.
So I'm sitting in Pizza Hut, which is a sponsor of the show, later that night. And if you think that Snoop Dogg smokes a lot of weed, man, I'll tell you this.
It's 10 times more than that.
Road Dogg is puts Snoop Dogg to shame.
Oh, well, that's a pretty bold statement. That's pretty bold, because Snoop has let it be publicly known that him and Willie Nelson, like Willie Nelson now does him. So Road Dogg is worse than Willie Nelson?
He's up there, man. He's like,
wow.
He's yelling. We're all sitting at tables, and he's sitting, because there's so many of them. He's sitting, on the other end of the restaurant. We're sitting there, and there's fans all around and stuff like that. And we're just trying to eat. And he starts, hey, Rob, let's go outside and smoke a joint. He says, I don't smoke weed, but he wanted someone to hang out with. And we were in my hometown, right? So, yeah, absolutely funny, guys. Like, I can tell you stories. Do you know Colt Cabana?
That sounds familiar, but
he's used to be best friends with CM Punk.
Okay.
He was big in Ring of Honor, stuff like that. But like I said, he used to be best friends with CM Punk, and there was a big feud between CM Punk in real life about everything. But anyway, one of the most solid guys I'll ever meet. We were at a show. My daughter was only 3 or 4 at the time. And it was before the show, so the ring set up, and my daughter's in the ring, and she's just kind of playing around, and she's kind of timid and all that stuff. And so Colt Cabana comes up, and he gets in the ring, and I'm like, my daughter's kind of like, oh, what's going to happen here, right? Am I somewhere I'm not supposed to be? And I'm not sure because I haven't even had a conversation with him at this point yet. And so he goes up to my daughter, and he just, he's like, starts playing around with her. He's like, what's your wrestling name? And she had this stuffed animal. And he's like, well, I think you're the pink porcupine, he says, right? And gives her a wrestling name and just basically made her feel like she was welcome to be in the ring and that she wasn't, somewhere she didn't have to be. And at the end of the day, I've met a lot of, we call them names. I've met a lot of names in the business over the years. And most of them, I mean, a lot of them can be real dicks, right? Very arrogant, very, holier than thou. So he really didn't have to come down to the ring and do that, right? But he did. And I thought it was very, very solid. And, it left a good impression on me. But
that's super
you know
cool. There's some
Joe?
good people. Yeah.
You know Samoa Joe?
Sorry?
You know Samoa Joe?
Yeah, that is one that rings a bell.
Yeah, he came down. We did a pay-per-view with him, and he was in the main event.
I remember he had like the straw hat looking thing that you would do before you come out to events and stuff too.
Samoa Joe?
Samoa Joe with he's a Samoan guy, big dude. Didn't he used to also put like a straw hat on top? And it's kind of like it has I'm thinking
he wears
somebody
a towel
else.
down to the ring. Yeah, you think about someone else.
All right.
He was in WWE. Yeah, he was in TNA, WWE, wrestled with
I
AJ.
could have sworn this is the same guy, but I believe you. Go ahead on the example.
So we did a pay-per-view show with Samoa Joe, and I've never told this. I'm good. I'm buddies with Kenny Omega. I don't know if you know Kenny Omega or not. He's big in New Japan and all that stuff. Yeah, there's Samoa Joe right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I do actually remember this guy, but I confused him with somebody else with the straw hat. My bad. But go ahead.
So we did a show with him and Chris Sabin from TNA when it was in its heyday as well, right? And I come out of the locker room because I'm like, where the hell are these guys? And I come out of the locker room and Chris Sabin is against the wall outside the locker room, just kind of standing there. And I'm, in a wrestling locker room, it's traditional, like to walk up, shake everybody's hand, and introduce yourself. It's a sign of respect, and if you don't do it, it's a sign of disrespect, right? It's taken seriously. So I walk up to him like, hey, man, Rob Mass, blah, 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 good to meet you. And then I was just going to turn around and walk away. So I put my hand out, shake his hand. And he looks at me, no bullshit. He looks at me and he goes, yeah. He's like, he's like, well, And then just turns away. I'm like, hey, dude, you're not Hulk Hogan. Like, relax a little bit here, right? With the arrogance of that, well, you know who I am, right? It's like, really, dude? Like, really? But, yeah, I remember that show because the main event was actually Kenny Omega versus Samoa Joe, and Joe was supposed to put Kenny over at the end, but because Joe was working with TNA at the time, he didn't want to do it. Like, he had an ego about him, right? So then he eventually agreed to it, and so the finish comes up, and he's supposed to get Kenny in his lock or whatever. Kenny's supposed to get out of it and hit him with his finisher, right? But instead, Joe takes the bone on his forearm and drives it up into Kenny's throat, and Kenny starts coughing on blood. He crushed something inside because you got no choice but to tap. Like, it's a show, right? So Joe does that to go over. That's how much going over in a pay-per-view match kind of meant to him, to not put Kenny over. This is before Kenny became big in New Japan and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
And then he powdered out of the ring as fast as he could and ran up to his hotel room and wouldn't come out to face confrontation to what he had done, right? So Kenny's on his way to the hospital and everybody's fucking pissed. And so, yeah, but it takes all kinds, man. It takes all kinds in the industry. There's some really good guys, but there's some real douchebags too, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, that exists everywhere. Like I used to tell some of my friends, it's like, or back in the day, it's just like I've yet to work at a place where there's at least not one person who's the a-hole, the douchebag, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it just exists everywhere, or even on the scale of where you were at, wrestling and so on. So,
yeah.
Just to give you a heads up, when I was a little kid, right, all the way up to like age 13, I followed wrestling really closely. Like that was like my thing. And then after age 13, it wasn't really as active. So some of those other guys, like maybe around your age, I'm not as familiar. You know what I mean? So like when I talk about wrestling, it's like Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Bam Bam Bigelow, obviously Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, you know, $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase, and you know, just you know, Nature Boy Ric Flair. I mean, all that was my era of watching it. So when you mentioned some of these other people, I am familiar with Samoa Joe. Now that I saw the picture of him, but some of these other ones that you mentioned, it's like, all right, that's after the time that I wasn't actively watching it as much. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But you know the DX and stuff like that, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some of the other ones that you mentioned, like, you know, now, you know.
Don't get me wrong. I was the battering ram for Bushwhacker Luke because we did a show with him, and you know, normally his brother is the battering ram, but his brother wasn't there, so I was that with him. And I've been punched in the face by Tito, WWE Hall of Famer. He was so good. He was so good that I was afraid that I actually bumped too soon with it, right? Because he comes in and like I cost him a match, and he's supposed to, you know, kind of drive me one right in the face, fall down, powder out of the ring, right? So he comes and he's gonna punch me, and I'm just like, he comes, he throws his punch, and I take the bump and I roll out of the ring, and I'm selling all that stuff, and I get to the back, I'm like, shit, like I didn't feel a thing, man. Like he didn't even touch me, right? And I'm like, I think I bumped way too soon on that, and he's going to be pissed, right? So I watch it back on tape. No, he got me. He's that good, right? That it looked like he clipped the hell out of it. Yeah. And I was just like, wow, that's why he's a Hall of Famer, you know? That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
You know, I mentioned the whole thing like improv. I mean, to a sense, I mean, you know, even with wrestling, it's a form of improv. You're selling the scene, you're selling the, you know, like these events, you know, and the moments leading up to that and the coordination. You know, ever since I was a kid, you know, my dad used to tell other people, like, if you're great at certain forms of gymnastics, like tumbling, you know what I mean, then you might want to consider wrestling. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of tumbling, you know. So anyway.
Well, the main objective people don't realize about wrestling is that my job is not to make myself look good. My job's actually to make you look good. Your job's to make me look good, right? That's the objective, right? If you're out to do business for yourself, it's not going to be a good wrestling match, right? So,
well, you know, it's a form of entertainment. I mean, I also look at it from the point of, you know, like you know, actors in a scene, you know, like great actors, they're going to bring that out. You know, if the other, you know, an actor with the actress, let's just say it's a romantic scene or whatever, you have one person that clearly sucks at acting, it's gonna be, you can see it, you know what I mean? But if the two complement each other, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying. Yeah. Anyway.
Chemistry,
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely, brother. All right, man. Well, I'll let you know what happens with Spencer there. I'll touch base with him, and but I assume you're not streaming tonight, are you?
There's no way.
I was going to ask you, why don't you stream when we do these collaborations? Why don't you stream on your channel at the same time? I see other influencers or content creators.
Yeah, you're right about that. I because I didn't think of that. I'm a human being. I didn't think of it.
Yeah, like, you know,
I was looking at it from perspective of like, what do you mean by stream on mine? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can both stream.
You know, I was thinking, because in my head, from a technical point of view, I'm thinking, all right, that involves you taking the token, you know what I mean, like through StreamYard, you know how you do that token thing, and then, you know, and then incorporating that into yours. But in reality, no. I just create a regular stream. I just never thought about that from that perspective. Like, maybe some people are like, why didn't you think that, Max? It's such a basic thing. Because I just didn't think of that. So now that you mention it, stream on my platform, not to scam. Let's go. Right. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, because you said earlier, like, you know, Rob, I hope you don't mind if I chop some of it up. Or I was like, well, I don't understand why you're not just streaming the whole damn thing yourself, right?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I'll have to remember that in the future. I think it's because, okay, I guess I'll give you an answer. This is not a cop-out. This is actually a legitimate thing. So my thing is, ever since like days of like making a gaming, you know, what they call clans back in like, you know, Medal of Honor and Call of Duty, is I like to, I'm a humble person, but I'm a community builder, right? So I look at like, if I'm streaming, think about this for a second. If I'm streaming on my end and then I put that out there, hey guys, join my stream, right? And we have people from the Jasmy community, right? Then it's like for example, what if all of a sudden like you have a whole bunch of people just joining the stream on my end, and then on your end, I don't know, let's say it's 20. Does that really help you out? Maybe
I
you
see what
feel
you're
as though
saying.
it does. You know what I mean? I'd rather be like, this is Rob inviting me to his platform. So
Mhm.
therefore, even though I'm your special guest, it's your platform. You know what I mean? And so I should honor that. I should respect that. I shouldn't host on my end because like I do shows all throughout the week. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
it's kind of like inviting somebody to like your birthday party. Hey guys, it's my birthday. Yeah, like Rue Black. Yeah, it's my birthday. You invite the person to the birthday, and I don't know. Let's say, for example, that person they're really into TikTok and they're into Snapchat and Instagram and all that stuff. Some people do that, right?
Mm.
All the people doing that, and then you have a member of the birthday party, right? They're also doing that. Should it be
Uh,
the highlight, the birthday boy?
yeah, I
You kind
guess
of
you're
get the
right.
analogy, yeah.
I get what you're saying. No, that's true because, and honestly, you and I, we do have a lot of crossover with our audience, right?
Yeah, and I was also wondering, like the other day, you're saying, "Hey Max, can you let me know?" Remember, I think it was Thursday, or
Yeah.
what day was it? Friday. Are you going? Actually, it was Thursday. So Rue was yesterday. Obviously, I was going to do that. And on Thursday, I said, I don't know if I'm going to do a show. But then I
Mhm.
found some juicy info, and I was like, oh god, I definitely have to do a show now. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And so I don't know if I did shoot you the message. Maybe I did. I
you
can't
did. You
remember.
did. Yeah.
Okay, I did. Yeah, let you know. And
Mhm.
so to me, I interpret it like you want to know that because what's the point of you doing a live stream and getting all into your content and all your research if these
Yeah.
guys are like, well, shoot, man, Maximus Crypto he's got this bombshell or something. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying, right?
Oh,
How's that fair
absolutely.
to you, right? So it's like
Yeah.
it is trying to coordinate things, and I respect that. So yeah, that's my stance. And then how about this? Even moving forward, that's probably still be my stance. Yes, it benefits me, but you're a member of this community, right? Like we have that roundtable.
Yeah.
I consider you a friend for real. You know what I mean? I consider you
Me
an
too.
awesome member of this community. So why would I? Yeah, again, hey bro, come to my party. And it's streaming all over the place, and then I stream it, and then it just like so. It's kind of like what's another example? Like a live broadcast on TV. A person goes to, for example, I don't know, just use this example, like Fox News, and then the guy is also on another particular platform at the same time. You don't see that. It's like, no, this is the guest. He's on 60 Minutes live or something like that, right? He's not
Yeah.
also on NBC Nightline News at the same time.
Yeah. See, that's
Anyway,
that's another
yeah.
reason. That is kind of a reason. Like, I'll shoot you an invite sometimes when I'm streaming because I like to keep the stream special, where it's like it sends a message to people, like, you know what, Max showed up for 20 minutes today. You never know what's going to happen on a stream. That's why you want to be there, right? It's special for kind of everybody, the community, right? It's like, hey, I guess, hey, I got 20 minutes. How you guys doing?
Yeah, and if
That's,
anything, I mean, like, I guess after we get off here, I mean, if you got like maybe just a couple minutes to talk, we'll talk about some of these things and and work it out. For me, I am not the guy. I've never been to this type of guy where it's all about me. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And people who do that, I mean, I get there is people that do that, right? It's just like, oh, how do you benefit me? Man, people see that a mile away. You know what I mean?
yeah,
They can see if you're
yeah,
genuine. You've always struck me as a genuine person. Obviously, people see that. As a result, you're doing really well, man. You just ticked up to 4K, and what are you up to now? Like freaking 4.06. Let's go, right? So there you go. Anyway,
4,074.
there you go. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I appreciate that, but yeah, I know, like I always tell people too, like, Max, he's a friend of mine, he's a real life friend kind of thing. Same thing with Jesse, right?
I mean
Solid,
that. I
solid.
want to just tell you that just because it sounds cool. I mean, if you
Yeah,
lived in the Phoenix area, I'd be like, hey, man, you want to get some lunch or whatever, dinner or whatever. You want to do a barbecue? I'm not a prude. Like some people are like, You know, they don't want to mix with their brethren, like, oh, that you're from the internet. Like, are you kidding me?
Who cares?
I should
Solid
probably
person's
spend
approach.
more time with you than some of my friends from a virtual point of view. People need to get over the whole thing. Kind of like back to your thing with egos. You know, I'm Big John Stud, middle name Mud, dirty water flow, too much for you, thug. Like, what? Where did that come from, right? Anyway.
Yeah. Cool, brother. All right, so I'll cut her there, and then yeah, if you want to chat backstage there, real quick.
Just for like a couple minutes, just to kind of see what you want to coordinate and stuff.
100%, man, 100%. All right, guys, so we're gonna wrap it there, and yeah, hopefully you guys liked the stream. You know what? I'm gonna try to organize more of these. Like I said, it's a little upsetting that Jesse couldn't get, or that Spencer couldn't get here, but again, I'm sure he's got his reasons. We'll get him on. Don't worry about that. He was extremely excited. So, and always, guys, make sure you're going to Jesse's page, KIR Finance. Go over to Max's page, guys. Maximus Crypto. He showed it a little bit earlier. Make sure you guys are shooting them subs. We gotta continue to grow out the community, and get actual accurate information about projects like Jasmy, like Swiftcoin, Quant, XRP, XLM, out to the new wave of people who are going to be coming into crypto, right? We want to help that content get out and steer them in the right directions so that they're knowing facts, not fluff, right? So
yeah. There's too much
Max
fluff. We don't need more. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, people always ask me real quick. They say like, "Oh, you're too positive." There's enough FUD out there. You don't need me to say it too, right? So.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of that. And there's channels that specialize in FUD and stuff like that. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, you don't need it from us. So, all right, guys. So I will probably be back. I got a couple of videos I got to upload shortly, but yeah, thanks for coming out, guys. Thanks for supporting the community, the stream. All of us, Max, Jesse, Spencer. Thanks for support, guys, from all of us here, and Beebs, all you guys. Boomer, Mr. X, everybody. I can't go through everybody's name, so I'll be here for another hour. But thanks, everybody. Crypto Homes, yeah. Anything else you want to end with, brother?
No, not for the most part. I guess I'll read a couple comments. I mean, a shout out to my friend, fellow co-worker Edward Vinson. I'm glad that you're here. Corey B-Bay says Jimmy Superfly Snuka was a favorite. I met him when I was a kid, and also I have a picture with Billy Jack Haynes, and you said that you knew some of these guys, that was cool. I did drop my channel. Somebody was asking about that. Thank you for that. What does bug me is Quant Coin. You said that you've been watching me since not to continue this, the Floating Head Max, and I have no clue who you are, but you changed your name. I'm interested to know who you really are, but that's okay. Anyway, it's been a good show. Thank you for having me on, Rob.
Hey, no problem, brother. All right, guys. We will talk to you guys later. Peace out.
Happy Easter to all you guys.